Chapter 453. Fire Fusion Technique, Kid. Hurry up and wake up. In the cave, Xiao He stared solemnly at Zhuowen, who had suddenly become sluggish, in front of the campfire. After Zhuowen had tried to examine the cloth in his hand, he had instantly become like this. What's going on with this cloth? After this kid's mental energy came into contact with the cloth, he became so dispirited. Just as Xiao He was at a loss of what to do, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged out of Zhuowen's body. The surging mental energy was like a vast ocean that spread throughout the entire cave. What a powerful mental energy! How can this mental energy be so powerful? It's almost comparable to a grade 4 arcana master. Seeing the sudden surge of mental energy from Zhuowen's body, Xiao He was stunned at first, but soon after, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He said, "This kid can't have broken through, right? He broke through just like that after being in a daze for a while. This is really..." Xiao He did not know what to say, and could only curse to express the pain in his heart. However, he also knew that Zhuowen's sudden breakthrough had something to do with the cloth. The powerful aura came and went quickly. When the aura in Zhuowen's body had completely disappeared, Zhuowen's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with surprise. "Kid, what happened? Why did your mental energy suddenly break through to grade 4? Xiao He's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Zhuowen, his face full of confusion. Looking at the confused Xiao He in front of him, Zhuowen did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened in the spiritual world. Xiao He had been with him for many years, and he was not an outsider to him. There was no need to hide such things from Xiao He. After listening to Zhuowen's story, Xiao He's face was filled with astonishment. He repeatedly praised Zhuowen's luck for being able to meet an Imperial Realm powerhouse and obtain such a great opportunity. That old man once said that the cloth contained a secret spiritual technique that he had created. I wonder what this secret spiritual technique is. Zhuowen seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze immediately converged on the cloth in his palm. He saw that the originally empty cloth was actually filled with dense ink black characters. Fire Fusion Technique. At the top of the dense black ink, there were 3 large words, Fire Fusion Technique. The strokes were like dragons and snakes, and the tip of each stroke was 3 feet long. After seeing the name of this secret spiritual technique, Zhuowen faintly felt that this fire fusion technique should be of great help to him. When he was in the spiritual world, the white-haired old man had said that this secret spiritual technique was extremely suitable for Zhuowen. After about an hour, Zhuowen had basically finished reading the words on the cloth. When his gaze swept across the last word, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief, and his face revealed a trace of ecstasy. This fire fusion technique was too suitable for him, as if it was a secret spiritual technique that was tailor-made for him. The fire fusion technique, as the name suggested, was a secret spiritual technique that used one's mental energy to fuse different flames. Moreover, it was a secret spiritual technique that specialized in fusing the extremely powerful earth fire. According to the introduction, the highest level of the fire fusion technique was that as long as 9 different earth fires were fused, one would be able to create a brand new flame. This flame's power was comparable to the heavenly fire, and it was called 9-colored refining flame. This fire fusion technique can actually artificially create heavenly fire. Isn't this a little too unbelievable? After reading all the contents of the fire fusion technique, Zhuowen couldn't help but gasp. Zhuowen naturally knew about heavenly fire. It was the ultimate flame whose power surpassed that of earth fire. It was said that every heavenly fire on the heavenly armor continent possessed extremely high intelligence. Some had even cultivated to become spirits, and could transform into human form to cultivate. It was extremely abnormal. Heavenly fire was a flame bestowed by the heavens, the king of all flames. Of course, in the boundless heavenly armor continent, heavenly fire was extremely rare. In the tens of thousands of years of heavenly armor continent's history, the number of heavenly fire that had appeared had never exceeded 2 digits. This was enough to prove how rare heavenly fire was. Kid, this fire fusion technique is amazing. When cultivated to the highest level, it can actually fuse 9 different earth fires and create a heavenly fire called 9-colored refining flame. Xiao He also browsed through the contents of the cloth and said with wide eyes. Ha! The 9-will burning sky cauldron originally needed to gather 9 different earth fire origins to successfully activate its full power. However, the fire fusion technique can fuse 9 different earth fires. Both of these required me to gather earth fires. It seems like the will of the heavens wants me to gather earth fires. Zhuowen said in a good mood. He. The power of earth fire isn't something that an ordinary person can withstand. Moreover, without a corresponding container to contain the earth fire origin, no matter how strong one is, one may not be able to successfully tame earth fire. Kid, you're extremely lucky. Not only do you have a treasure like the ice fire sacred charm that can suppress earth fire, you also have a container like the 9-will burning sky cauldron that can contain earth fire. It can be said that collecting earth fire is a lot easier for you. The only thing you lack is clues about earth fire. Xiao He rolled her eyes. That's true. However, I already have 4 types of earth flames in my body. I wonder, after cultivating this fire fusing art and fusing all 4 types of earth flames, what level of power would it reach? Zhuowen grinned. If you fuse all 4 earth fires together, its power shouldn't be as strong as the blood lotus. However, the difference shouldn't be too great. It shouldn't be a problem to kill a second-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Xiao He quietly analyzed. As if thinking of something, Zhuowen suddenly had an idea and said, if I fuse the 4 earth fires together to create a new flame, and then use this new flame to fuse with the extreme frost, how powerful will the ice and fire energy created be? Xiao He couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He nodded and said, that's a good idea. If the 4 types of earth flames were to create a new flame and fuse it with the extreme cold ice, the ice and fire energy created would definitely far surpass the blood-colored lotus. However, are you sure you can endure the backlash? The backlash from the blood lotus is already enough for me to withstand. There's no need to even talk about the even more powerful ice and fire energy created by the fusion of the new flame. Zhuowen bitterly shook his head. That's why. Right now, your most important task is to obtain a powerful Emperor Tier body tempering technique. Only a Emperor Tier body tempering technique can quickly increase the quality of your current body, Xiao He said. If it's a Emperor Tier body tempering technique, then I can only hope that the training mountain has such a body tempering technique. Zhuowen nodded and said. There's no need to rush. Right now, if you want to cross the dark forest to reach the training mountain, you'll need at least a month. That Lu Nantian once said that the training mountain will begin in 2 months. You don't need to rush to the training mountain. You can practice the fire fusion technique as you hurry. The power of the fire fusion technique is pretty good. Hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuowen nodded in agreement. Now that Zhuowen's mental strength had reached the initial 4th level, his strength had more than doubled. Perhaps even an initial stage Emperor stage expert would be unable to do anything to Zhuowen. I'll try to comprehend the fire fusion technique first. It's best if I can completely comprehend it before entering the training mountain. This way, I'll have one more trump card. After saying that, Zhuowen didn't say anything else. Instead, he silently sat cross-legged in front of the bonfire and began to comprehend the fire fusion technique within the cloth. Thousands of miles away from the dark forest, the majestic training mountain quietly stood between the heavens and the earth. At the peak of the mountain, which reached into the clouds, was an extremely large platform. At this moment, close to 1,000 people were standing on the platform, silently observing a stone tablet in the center of the platform. This stone tablet was hundreds of feet tall, and its appearance was exactly the same as the worldly tablet in the training plaza. Clearly, there was also a worldly tablet at the peak of the training mountain. Moreover, the names on this worldly tablet were neatly arranged, and it was much simpler than the one in the training plaza. In front of the 1,000 people stood 5 transcendent figures. Naturally, they were the Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, and the other 2 giants. The dark forest is indeed full of danger. It's only been 3 days, and more than 50 people have already been eliminated. Guyu Tian stared intently at the heaven and earth tablet in an inconspicuous spot in the group. At this moment, there were already over 50 names on the heaven and earth tablet that had dimmed. This meant that these people had already been eliminated and died. Brother Gu, there's no need to be too worried. I can see that the 3 contestants from Vine Armor City aren't simple. They probably won't die in the dark forest. Chiu Cho, who was standing beside Guyu Tian, smiled faintly. I'm not too worried about Zhuowen. He's extremely strong. I'm worried about Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. They're both slightly weaker, only half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. In the dark forest, which is full of danger, this kind of strength isn't enough. Guyu Tian shook his head. You're all that confident that Zhuowen won't be in danger. However, this old man thinks that Zhuowen is dead for sure. He. A cold laugh suddenly came from the side, causing Guyu Tian, Chiu Cho, and Ouyang Yintu to frown. They stared at the sneering old man. Old man Wuji. You're so sure that Zhuowen is dead for sure. You're too sure. Chiu Cho retorted. He. Do you think that little bastard will still be alive after offending our tyrant Chu City? Old man Wuji laughed sinisterly. So you're saying that you sent Lu Che to kill Zhuowen? He. Although Lu Che is strong, his ranking on the worldly tablet is lower than Zhuowen's. I'm afraid that he'll be killed after catching up to Zhuowen. At that time, your tyrant Chu City will lose a monstrous genius. Chiu Cho sneered. He. Lu Che won't fail because this old man gave Lu Che a natal talisman. No matter how heaven-defying that Zhuowen is, he won't be able to resist the power of a natal talisman. Old man Wuji laughed proudly. What? Natal talisman? Old man Wuji, you're truly despicable. Chiu Cho, Guyu Tian, and Ouyang Yintu's expressions changed greatly. They naturally knew that old man Wuji was proficient in talismans. Chapter 454. Everyone was taken aback. Old man Wuji sure is generous. He's even given his natal talisman to Lu Che. Old man Wuji's natal talisman is extremely powerful. If one hasn't reached the Ultimate Emperor stage, they'll basically die a horrible death under the natal talisman. Zhuowen's talent is indeed great, but he's only at the Ultimate Emperor stage. He's no match for Lu Che, who has a natal talisman. The confrontation between old man Wuji and Chiu Cho attracted the attention of a few cultivators in the surroundings. In particular, when they heard about the natal talisman, they all became visibly moved. Old man Wuji revealed a trace of complacency when he sensed the fearful gazes from the surroundings. The natal talisman was the work of his blood, sweat, and tears. It was extremely famous in Muqing County. He didn't believe that Lu Che, who had a natal talisman, couldn't kill Zhuowen. Chiu Cho, do you still think Zhuowen will make it through the dark forest unscathed? Ha! But don't worry. Once we reach the training mountain, Ouyang Hanxian and the others from Broken Rock City will be eliminated very quickly. The everlasting elder glanced at Chiu Cho provocatively. Their tyrant Chu City and Broken Rock City were originally like fire and water, and the everlasting elder and Chiu Cho had already fought many times. Seeing Chiu Cho suffer, the everlasting elder was naturally pleased. Chiu Cho's eyes darkened when he heard that. He had experienced the might of old man Wuji's natal talisman before. It was indeed very powerful. Although he was rather confident in Zhuowen, he still didn't believe that Zhuowen could withstand the might of the natal talisman with his strength. Old man Wuji, don't be so smug. The dark forest is shrouded in inky black mist all year round. Visibility is extremely low. It's not that easy to track someone down, Chiu Cho snorted coldly. Hee. I've already planned to get rid of that little bastard. Do you think I wouldn't think of that? To tell you the truth, I've placed a tracking presence in the jade slip of the startling Cloud Limitless manual. As long as that little bastard doesn't throw the jade slip away, Lu Che and the others will definitely be able to catch up, Old Man Wuji said proudly. What? Chiu Cho, Guyu Tian, and Ouyang Yuntu finally revealed looks of shock. Originally, they had thought that Zhuowen could rely on the inky black fog to escape from Lu Che and the others due to the extremely low visibility in the dark forest. But now, the everlasting old man had actually made full preparations. Limitless old devil, you're really ruthless. Chiu Cho said coldly. He no longer paid any attention to the old man. Instead, he stared worriedly at Zhuowen's name on the monolith. Fortunately, Zhuowen's name was still bright and had not dimmed. This meant that Zhuowen had not been eliminated yet. Zhuowen, don't die so easily. Chiu Cho muttered. Seeing that Chiu Cho did not reply, the Wuji old man felt a little bored. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the heaven and earth tablet. He was looking forward to seeing Zhuowen being eliminated. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the heaven and earth tablet. Then, like a falling meteor, the light gradually dimmed. Another person has been eliminated. The golden light quickly dimmed. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared fixedly at the name that was about to dim. Every time this happened, they knew that someone had been eliminated. Very soon, they found an unremarkable name in the human category. The person who had been eliminated was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone only glanced at him briefly before ignoring him. After all, he was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. There was no need for them to pay too much attention to him. However, the everlasting old man in the crowd frowned slightly. This was because the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator who had fallen was from Tyrant Chu City. Moreover, he was one of the 5 people who had pursued Zhuowen with Lu Che. It looks like that Zhuowen has some strength. Lu Che and the other 4 surrounded him, but he still managed to kill one of them. The everlasting old man was slightly displeased. Although Tyrant Chu City had a deep foundation, it still took a lot of effort to raise a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Originally, he thought that Lu Che should be able to kill Zhuowen without suffering any injuries since he possessed 3 destiny talismans and was besieged by 5 people. However, now that he had lost one of his people, it naturally made old man Wuji unhappy. I'm afraid that Lu Che was reluctant to use his natal talismans, which is why he allowed Zhuowen to kill one of his people. I'll have to give Lu Che a good scolding after he passes the trial, the everlasting old man thought to himself. Whoosh! Another blazing golden light lit up, and yet another person's name in the human steel dimmed. However, it still didn't cause too much of a commotion. The human steel was filled with half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, so they weren't worth paying too much attention to. After all, half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were the lowest level of existence in the steel of heaven and earth. Crack! However, the everlasting old man clenched his right hand as he stared at the name that had dimmed again. This person was also a genius from Tyrant Chu City. He was also the other half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator in Lu Che's group of 5. Lu Che, that brat. If he doesn't give me an explanation after the trial, I won't forgive him, the everlasting old man muttered to himself coldly as his expression darkened. The everlasting old man could still accept the loss of one half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, he had lost 2 at once. No matter how rich the everlasting old man was, he still felt some pain in his heart. After all, there were no more than 10 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in Tyrant Chu City. However, it's about time that Zhuowen was dealt with by Lu Che. He died a worthy death for having two half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators from Tyrant Chu City die with him. As he spoke, the everlasting old man stared coldly at Zhuowen's name in the sky category. The two half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were the weakest among Lu Che's group of 5, so it was possible that they'd be killed by Zhuowen before he died. However, the remaining Lu Che, Zhou Yi, and Zhou Fan were no pushovers. They were more than capable of killing Zhuowen. Qiu Chou and the others, who were standing not too far away from the everlasting old man, also noticed that the two half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators who'd been eliminated seemed to be from Tyrant Chu City. It looks like Zhuowen and Tyrant Chu City's teams have started fighting. Qiu Chou frowned as he spoke worriedly. The everlasting old man is too despicable. He didn't have any good intentions when he took out the art of startling Cloud. Ouyang Yuntu shook his head helplessly. Then what should we do? That Lu Che has a natal talisman on him. Even if Shuo Wenyu has already killed two geniuses from the Tyrant Chu City, if Lu Che were to make a move, how could Shuo Wenyu possibly be his match? Guyu Tian's face was filled with worry. Zhuowen was the most monstrous genius in the history of Rotten Armor City, and a key figure in the rise of Rotten Armor City. If Zhuowen died, then Rotten Armor City would have no hope of rising again. It might even decline forever. Lord Gu, don't worry too much. Zhuowen isn't dead yet, is he? Perhaps the heavens will help the worthy and he'll be able to escape from Lu Che's pursuit. Qiu Chao's face revealed a trace of bitterness. Even he couldn't believe this. He. He's still lying to himself. Qiu Chou, that old bastard, still hasn't given up. Let's see what kind of expression he'll have when the results come out. The everlasting old man chuckled to himself. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, two rays of golden light flashed from the worldly monolith. They were like two blazing suns on the monolith, extremely dazzling and eye-catching. However, this resplendent scene was short-lived. Look! The golden light is coming from the Earth stage area. This means that the eliminated geniuses are at the Ultimate Emperor realm. Moreover, two of them were eliminated at the same time. It looks like the two of them were from the same team. They must have encountered some big trouble in the dark forest, so they died together. This is the first time in 3 days that I've seen Ultimate Emperor Realm geniuses being eliminated. I originally thought that the geniuses in the Earth stage area would be able to make it to the Mountain of Trials. I didn't expect them to be eliminated in just 3 days. This speed is a bit fast. When the golden light rose from the Earth stage area, it immediately caused an uproar on the platform. Many people even shook their heads emotionally. Creak. The everlasting old man clenched his fists tightly. Terrifying veins bulged on the back of his hand. His cold little eyes widened as he stared blankly at the two names that were gradually dimming in the Earth stage area. He muttered in disbelief, Zhou Yi, Zhou Fan, they've been eliminated as well. How is this possible? Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan were geniuses second only to Lu Che in Tyrant Chu City. Although they were only at the first wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm, the two of them had cultivated the yin-yang true water technique. If the two of them worked together, their strength would be comparable to an early-stage second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. In the eyes of the Wuji elder, it was impossible for Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan to be eliminated. However, they had now appeared before him. Qiu Chou, Guyu Tian, and Ouyang Yuntu also noticed the dimming names of Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan in the Earth stage area. They naturally recognized these two geniuses who were quite famous in Tyrant Chu City. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Zhuowen's strength seemed to have exceeded their expectations. Lu Che had clearly led 5 people to chase after Zhuowen, but now, 4 of them had been killed by Zhuowen. One of them was a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, while the other was a mid-Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, the commotion on the platform hadn't ended yet. A terrifying, blazing golden light suddenly erupted from the disk of heaven and earth. The dazzling golden light practically enveloped the entire platform. Many people couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. After their eyes adjusted to the light, they slowly opened their eyes. Soon after, they were shocked to discover that this light was coming from the heaven stage area. What? Could it be that an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator at the second wheel has been eliminated? This. In an instant, an uproar rose and fell on the platform. The geniuses in the heaven stage area could be considered the seated contestants of the trial mountain. Now, there were already seated contestants who had fallen before they even entered the mountain. This was simply too exaggerated. Chapter 455. Two colored flames. That dazzling golden light slowly faded away. Lu Che's name gradually dimmed at the 50-second mark of the heaven stage, and finally disappeared from the surface of the stone tablet. In an instant, the entire platform fell silent. Many people looked at each other in dismay. They had no idea what had happened. It had only been 3 days, but 2 of the seated Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators had already fallen. Wasn't this a little too fast? Isn't Lu Che the #1 genius of Tyrant Chu City? Although he's only an initial 2-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he has the life talisman given to him by the old man. Who would have thought that he would die in the dark forest in just 3 days? I heard that after Lu Che left the training grounds, he led the 4 strongest cultivators of Tyrant Chu City to chase after Zhuoan. Could it be that Lu Che and the others were all killed by Zhuoan? Are you kidding? Lu Che has a natal talisman, so he'll be able to survive even if he encounters an early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Zhuoan isn't much stronger than Lu Che. Do you think Zhuoan has the strength to kill Lu Che? Yes. I don't believe that Zhuoan has the strength to do so either. It's said that the dark forest is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, even an ultimate 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can die. This Lu Che might have been unlucky. Perhaps he provoked a origin beast in the dark forest and lost his life. An uproar immediately broke out around the platform. Many cultivators stared blankly at the dim name as they discussed amongst themselves. Many people even looked in the direction of the everlasting old man. Creak. The old man clenched his fists and his veins bulged. When he saw Lu Che's name dim with his own eyes, his facial muscles twitched violently. His expression became incomparably sinister. How is this possible? This. Lu Che is actually dead. The old man took a few steps back. He felt the ground beneath his feet shake, and he almost lost his balance. He stared blankly at the tablet as he muttered to himself. He couldn't believe this. He couldn't believe it. Tyrant Chu's losses in this battle for the Vitality Tower are huge. Lu Che, Zhou Yi, and Zhou Fan were all geniuses that Tyrant Chu had painstakingly nurtured. To think that they would all die in an instant. Many people shook their heads and sighed when they saw the everlasting old man's soulless appearance. Some of them even revealed mocking expressions. The everlasting old man was arrogant and despotic, and he had offended many people. Now that these people saw the everlasting old man in such a state, they naturally took pleasure in his misfortune. On the other hand, Chiu Chou, Liu Tian, and Ouyang Yintu were pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected Lu Che to be eliminated instead of Zhuoan. Lu Che is dead. He couldn't have been killed by Zhuoan, right? Liu Tian said excitedly. Who knew that? Chiu Chou shook his head and said, Lord Gu, you don't know. The everlasting old man's natal talisman is extremely powerful. It's enough to withstand the full force attack of a 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, Zhuoan is only a 2-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It's basically impossible for him to kill Lu Che, who has a natal talisman. However, this Lu Che's personality is the same as the everlasting old man's. He's also arrogant and unruly. After entering the dark forest, he probably relied on his natal talisman to act in a high-profile manner, thus attracting the attention of many powerful origin beasts in the dark forest. Qiu Qiu didn't elaborate further. However, Guyu Tian and Ouyang Yuntu had already guessed what Qiu Qiu meant. Lu Che should have died in the dark forest. This was the most logical guess. Compared to the uproar of the crowd on the platform, LV Nantian, the master of Meteorite Garden, and the other 4 people at the front of the platform appeared much calmer. However, the 5 of them still revealed a trace of astonishment on their faces. Generally speaking, as long as a 2-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was careful, they would have a high chance of passing through the dark forest. However, it had only been 3 days, and one of these seeded cultivators had actually fallen. This naturally surprised the 5 of them, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, Lu Che's ranking in the heaven rank region was extremely low. It wasn't enough for them to pay too much attention to him. The dark forest was shrouded in endless black fog. It was eerily silent in the vast expanse of land. Occasionally, the roars of beasts and the shadows that flitted through the forest added a mysterious veil to this forest that was filled with danger. Within a quiet cave, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes as he murmured, "I never thought that after 10 days of cultivation, my cultivation would actually make a slight breakthrough. I've already reached the peak of the early second wheel. All I need is an opportunity, and I'll be able to reach the mid-second wheel. It's usually the easiest to break through between life and death. Your battle with Lu Che was practically a narrow escape. This kind of dangerous battle can only be beneficial to you." Xiao He flew to Zhuowen's shoulder and said. Glancing at Zhuowen, Xiao He suddenly said, "Kid. I saw that you've been comprehending the fire fusion art for the past 10 days. I wonder how you've been doing." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhuowen's face when he heard this. The fire fusion art is truly miraculous. Although I haven't fully comprehended it, I believe that fusing 2 types of earth fire shouldn't be a problem. 2 types of earth fire. To be able to fuse 2 types of earth fire in 10 days, that's not bad. Why don't you show it to this Lord Dragon? Xiao He asked expectantly. Zhuowen didn't waste any time. With a light pinch of his left hand, a portion of the earth fire stored in the sacred fire rune surged out. They were the blue 9 heavens thunder inferno flame and the green 3000 green lotus flame. As soon as the 2 types of earth fire appeared, the temperature in the cave instantly shot up. Under such high temperature, the nearby rock walls actually showed signs of melting. Zhuowen's eyes turned serious. The Naiwan palace between his eyebrows began to spin rapidly. Waves of mental energy gushed out and turned into a gentle force that enveloped the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame and the 3000 green lotus flame. Zhuowen then began to circulate the fire fusion art and slowly fused the 2 types of earth fire together. Sizzle. Ear-piercing sounds slowly rang out, like the soft sound of firecrackers exploding. When the 2 types of earth fire came into contact with each other, green and blue sparks burst out, looking brilliant and gorgeous. At this moment, a trace of cold sweat appeared on Zhuowen's forehead. Although he had been comprehending the fire fusion art for the past 10 days, this was the first time he had actually fused the flames. Crackle. When the 2 types of earth fire were more than half fused, they suddenly began to tremble violently. Waves of terrifying energy constantly escaped from the 2 types of earth fire. Danger. With this thought in mind, Zhuowen's hands moved extremely quickly. He quickly threw the 2 types of earth fire that had failed to fuse out of the cave. Boom! The 2 types of earth fire that had failed to fuse flew out dozens of feet before suddenly exploding violently. Countless waves of qi scattered in all directions. It actually blasted open a huge crater that was dozens of feet wide in the open space outside the cave. Looking at the crater outside the cave, Zhuowen's face palpitated. It seemed that fusing earth fire wasn't as simple as the ice fire rune. Hee. Kid, aren't you being too confident? Fusing 2 types of earth fire won't be a problem. Is this a sign that there's no problem? Xiao He pointed at the crater outside the cave and laughed without restraint. This caused Zhuowen's expression to become extremely ugly. He snorted coldly, fusing the earth fire is only a matter of time. This is only my first attempt, so it's understandable that I failed. However, the power of this failed two-colored flame is still quite impressive. Its power is indeed not bad. If this Dragon Lord's guess is correct, the power of this failed two-colored flame is comparable to that of a mid-two-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner. If you succeed, the power of this two-colored flame will be comparable to that of a late two-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner. Zhuowen nodded in agreement with Xiao He's words. The power of the two-colored flame had indeed surprised Zhuowen. If a two-colored flame could reach such a level, then wouldn't a three-colored flame be comparable to a peak two-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner? And a four-colored flame would be even more powerful. It would probably be able to threaten a three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner. I hope I can master the two-colored flame as soon as possible and create enough of it. At that time, the Ice Flame Saint Talisman's power will reach an even higher level. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward and exited the cave. He arrived at the empty space outside and began to try fusing the two-colored flame again and again. Boom! 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 For a moment, the secluded space was filled with continuous explosions. Fortunately, Zhuowen had set up a silencing restriction around the cave beforehand, so no matter how loud he was inside, no one outside could hear him. Time flowed by, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. A black-haired, black-eyed young man stood in the empty space with a serious expression on his face. He clenched his hands in the air, and two types of powerful earth fire immediately appeared in his palms. The left was a green flame, and the right was a blue flame. Following which, a wave of mental energy that was as vast as the sea gushed out and gently wrapped around the two earth flames. Soon after, the young man slowly placed his hands together. When the two earth flames came into contact with each other, dazzling sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, muffled explosions began to resound. It sounded as if the two earth flames in his hands would explode at any moment. Humph! I'll definitely succeed this time. The young man snorted coldly. His hands formed a seal with great familiarity, and he did not hesitate to squeeze the two types of earth fire together. Following that, an unbelievable scene occurred. The two types of earth fire with terrifying temperatures instantly fused together, forming a strange flame that alternated between blue and green. An aura that was much more powerful than regular earth fire surged out from the two-colored flame. The surrounding space seemed to distort. The two-colored flame has successfully fused. Zhuowen's face immediately lit up with wild joy when he saw the blue and green flames slowly burning in his palms. He could not help but laugh at the sky. Swoosh! Chapter 456. Someone was there. The night was like the king of darkness, ruling over the world and enveloping the entire sky in darkness. Beast roars rang out one after another, appearing terrifying and eerie. In the depths of the dark forest, on a small hill in the forest, a bonfire was surging. A somewhat lonely figure was sitting cross-legged in front of the bonfire. His expression was leisurely, and he did not appear to be flustered or nervous because of the sudden rise and fall of the beast roars in the night. This figure was tall and slender, shoulder-length black hair casually scattered behind his back. He carried a blood-colored spear on his back. It was Zhuowen, who had left the cave and was heading towards the training mountain. Ever since he had mastered the first level of the fire fusion art and successfully merged the two flames, Zhuowen had rushed towards the training mountain without stopping. With Xiao He's divine sense, Zhuowen's speed was rather fast and he was very close to the training mountain. It has already been a month since we entered the dark forest. This dark forest is indeed filled with danger. If one is not careful, even a second-wheel ultimate emperor practitioner may die inside, Zhuowen said to Xiao He in his mind in a bored manner as he tossed the dry wood in his hand into the bonfire. Kid! You have this Dragon Lord's divine sense to help you detect danger, yet you're still worried about this. If it wasn't for this Dragon Lord, you wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. This place is only 1,000 miles away from the training mountain. If there aren't too many obstacles ahead, you'll only need 5 days to enter the training mountain. Xiao He said. Nodding his head, Zhuowen did not say anything else. Instead, he stared at the bonfire in front of him, his right hand tossing the dry wood in boredom. Crack! Suddenly, Zhuowen's right hand tightened, instantly crushing the dry wood in his hand. His sharp eyes narrowed as he muttered, Xiao He, are you sure that someone is heading towards us? Yes. Be careful, there are indeed 2 people heading towards us. They must have seen the bonfire here. Xiao He said solemnly. Slowly raising his head, Zhuowen also sensed something. His gaze was fixed on the deep forest in front of him, where he could hear some somewhat hurried footsteps. The bonfire surged. A moment later, 2 graceful figures finally walked out from the darkness. One of the 2 silhouettes was dressed in a cyan veil. Her fair skin was accentuated by the veil, making her look even more alluring and beautiful. Under the light of the bonfire, her pretty face had a hint of delicateness. Behind the cyan-clothed woman was a red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl's age was about the same as Zhuowen's, but she still looked a little immature. When Zhuowen's gaze converged on the 2 beautiful figures, his face was startled. The ferocious expression on his face faded away like the tide and was replaced by a surprised smile. Zhuowen. The green-clothed lady could not help but exclaim when she saw the slender figure slowly standing up from the bonfire in front of her. Miss Qin Lian. What a coincidence that we would actually meet in the dark forest. With a faint smile, Zhuowen arrived in front of Qin Lian and said. Why are you in such a sorry state? Could it be that you have met with some trouble? When he approached Qin Lian, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Only now did he notice that Qin Lian's pretty face carried a wisp of exhaustion. Moreover, the gauze on her body was damaged in many places, causing her skin that was white like snow to be exposed. Qin Lian also noticed Zhuowen's gaze. Her beautiful eyes tilted slightly, and her expression became a little unnatural. She forced a smile and said, there is no trouble. Senior sister Qin Lian, behind her, Hong Lian saw that Qin Lian did not want to speak. She stamped her foot anxiously and subconsciously wanted to speak. However, she did not dare to continue after being stared at by Qin Lian. Zhuowen also noticed the strangeness of the 2 women in front of him. He frowned slightly. Judging from Qin Lian's sorry state, they should have met with some big trouble. However, why didn't they say anything? This made Zhuowen feel a little strange. Zhuowen, this is my junior sister Hong Lian. She is considered an extremely talented genius in our Jade Lady Star Court. We have urgent matters to attend to now, so we won't disturb you. We will take our leave first. Qin Lian gritted her teeth and forced a smile at Zhuowen. She directly pulled Hong Lian and was about to pass by Zhuowen. Just as Qin Lian was about to pass by Zhuowen, Zhuowen suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Qin Lian's jade-like hand. He frowned slightly and asked, Miss Qin Lian, are you really okay? Looking at you now, you don't look like you are okay. If it was someone else, Zhuowen naturally would not meddle in their business. However, Qin Lian had no choice. Since the incident in the ancient cave mansion, Qin Lian had helped Zhuowen several times. Zhuowen had always remembered Qin Lian's favor in his heart. He was not an ungrateful person. Feeling Zhuowen's warm hand, Qin Lian's delicate body trembled slightly. A trace of mist suddenly appeared in her watery eyes. However, it was quickly replaced by a trace of determination. She turned around and stared at Zhuowen. Qin Lian said coldly, Zhuowen, I really have urgent matters to attend to. I hope you will stop obstructing me and let us go. Hearing this, Zhuowen was startled. He revealed a wry smile and said, I'm sorry, Miss Qing Lian. I was too rude just now. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. After all, the mountain of trials is about to open. We can't stay in the dark forest for too long. Qing Lian nodded slightly and did not dare to look at Zhuowen again. She gently pulled her jade-like hand out of Zhuowen's grasp and directly left the bonfire with Hong Lian, who wanted to say something but was hesitating. Staring at Qing Lian and Hong Lian leaving in a hurry, Zhuowen frowned. He always felt that Qing Lian was hiding something from him and did not want to say it. However, since Qing Lian said that she was fine, Zhuowen would not look for trouble. Kid. That girl called Qing Lian is severely injured. I don't know why, but she's purposefully hiding her injuries from you. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his head. Severely injured. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrunk slightly. Just as he was about to ask for the details, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This was because 4 ear-piercing sounds of breaking through the air sounded from the direction that Qing Lian and Xiao Yan had come from. Clearly, there were 4 people hurrying over. Kid. Be careful. The 4 of them are very powerful. They seem to all be second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Xiao Hei's voice immediately became serious. All 4 of them are second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Are they geniuses from the super forces of the provincial capital? Zhuowen could not help but be surprised as well. He knew that those who had appeared together were basically all geniuses from the same organization. Only the 5 great organizations in the provincial capital would be so bold as to have more than 4 second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm geniuses in Muqin province. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, 4 figures with surging auras appeared a few dozen meters away from the bonfire. 4 gazes converged on Zhuowen, who stood in front of the bonfire. The 4 figures were all young men around the same age. All of their auras surged violently. What surprised Zhuowen was that it was just as Xiao Hei had said. The 4 of them were actually second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. In particular, the leader of the group was a man in green robes with a sinister gaze. His aura was the strongest. According to Xiao Hei's probing, the man with a gloomy expression was actually a late-stage second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. As for the remaining 3 young men, one of them was a mid-stage second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, while the other 2 were early-stage second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. It's not him. Let's continue chasing. The green-clothed man glanced indifferently at Zhuowen. Then, he suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and shot forward like an arrow that had left the bow. The other 3 nodded when they heard the man's words. They ignored Zhuowen, who stood in front of the bonfire, and followed behind the man in green robes. The 4 of them are all from the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. Why are they in such a hurry as well? Zhuowen muttered with a frown as he casually stirred the bonfire with his hand. The 4 of them had all been tested on the steel of heaven and earth before. They were all renowned figures in the Heaven Realm region, so Zhuowen naturally had a deep impression of them. The leader of the group was said to be a genius second only to Su Tianliang in the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. At the same time, he was Su Tianliang's younger brother, Su Liang. He was a late-stage second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator and was an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Kid. The direction the 4 of them are heading in seems to be where Qing Lian and Xiao Hei left. It's probably not a coincidence that they've come here. Perhaps they're pursuing those 2 women, Xiao Hei's voice rang out leisurely. Crack. Zhuowen suddenly crushed the withered branch in his hand. Zhuowen's gaze became gloomy as he said, Xiao Hei, are you sure that the 4 of them are pursuing Qing Lian and Xiao Hei? Of course I'm sure. This Dragon Lord felt that the aura of Qing Lian's injury was extremely similar to the aura of Su Liang. I'm afraid that Qing Lian was injured by Su Liang, Xiao He said. The Jade Lady Astral Court and the Marquis of Baichuan's estate are both among the 5 great powers of the prefecture. Why is Su Liang pursuing Qing Lian? If the Jade Lady Astral Court finds out about this, I'm afraid they won't let it go, right? Zhuowen said with a frown. I don't know about that. However, looking at Su Liang's anxious look, I'm afraid that Qing Lian and Xiao He are extremely important to him. Kid, do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Xiao He's voice suddenly became vulgar as he spoke. Since it's Miss Qing Lian's matter, then I, Zhuowen, naturally have to take care of it. I'd like to see the strength of the second genius of the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. With a cruel smile on his face, Zhuowen lightly stepped on the ground, causing the fallen leaves to scatter in all directions. Then, like a ghost, he disappeared from where he stood. A few hundred kilometers away from the bonfire was a dense forest. Countless withered branches flickered about in the surroundings like ghosts, and it seemed strange and terrifying. Especially the whistling sounds emitted by the violent winds that blew over and tore the branches apart, it added an atmosphere of terror to this silent night. 2 beautiful figures were walking unsteadily in the dense forest. Suddenly, Qing Lian, who was walking in front, bent her waist and knelt on one knee. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of cherry-red blood. Senior Sister Qing Lian, are you all right? Hong Lian hurried to Qing Lian's side and helped her up. She was so anxious that she almost cried. I didn't expect Su Liang to practice the forbidden technique, Dark Yin Finger. The power of this Dark Yin Finger is really extraordinary. My meridians are almost filled with the power of the Dark Yin Finger. I can't mobilize the power to heal my internal injuries, Qing Lian said with a painful expression as she placed her hand on her chest. Chapter 457. Underworld Finger, you silly girl, can't you see? Even if I hand you over, Su Liang and the others won't let me live. After all, if the Jade Lady Star Court finds out that Su Liang is trying to deal with us, then a war between the 100 Rivers Marquis Mansion and the Jade Lady Star Court is bound to happen. However, Su Liang will not let this happen. Qing Lian's eyes were cold as she said, the dark forest is full of danger. Even a 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can die in the forest if they are careless. Therefore, as long as Su Liang kills us without anyone noticing, Jade Lady Star Court will not suspect them. Hearing this, Red Lotus's face turned pale. She sobbed, then what should we do? Su Liang and the others are too strong. We're no match for them. With their speed, they'll catch up with us soon. Red Lotus was completely out of her wits. It was the first time in 18 years that she felt so close to death. At the same time, she began to regret her slacking off. If she had been more diligent, she could have reached the 2-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. Then she wouldn't have been a burden to Qing Lian. Red Lotus. You go first. Su Liang and the others are after you. I won't let you fall into their hands. As long as you reach the Mountain of Trials, you'll be able to meet Senior Sister Luo Xing there. At that time, you can tell Senior Sister Luo Xing about this matter and ask her to avenge me. Qing Lian pushed Hong Lian lightly, barely supporting herself as she spoke. No. Senior Sister, I won't leave you behind. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Why don't we go back and find Zhuowen? Maybe he can help us. Red Lotus said anxiously with tears on her face. Don't. Qing Lian hurriedly pulled Red Lotus back. Her face was pale as she said, don't find Zhuowen. Don't drag him into this. Even if Zhuowen comes, it won't help. He's only an initial 2-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He can't help us at all. But. Red Lotus pursed her lips as tears welled up in her eyes. Whoosh. 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 Four figures with powerful auras rushed towards Qing Lian from hundreds of meters away. "Miss Clear Lotus, Miss Red Lotus, why are you two running? This Su won't eat you, so why are you running?" A gloomy voice came from the forest behind them. It was Su Liang's voice. Qing Lian and Hong Lian's delicate bodies trembled. Their beautiful eyes stared intently at the four figures behind them. Their pretty faces revealed a trace of despair. Bang! Suddenly, Qing Lian stretched out her hand and pressed it against Hong Lian's back. A gentle force immediately carried Hong Lian's delicate body forward. Red Lotus. Remember, you must reach the Mountain of Trials and tell Senior Sister Luo Xing everything that happened here. Only then will I be able to rest in peace. Qing Lian's cold voice rang out. Red Lotus could only watch as Qing Lian's proud and aloof figure slowly disappeared before her eyes. Qing Lian's pretty face was filled with determination as she watched the Red Lotus swiftly vanish before her eyes. She patted her cosmos sack and instantly took out a jade token with stars carved on its surface. After a moment of hesitation, Qing Lian directly crushed the jade pendant. Immediately, countless starlight spread out. With Qing Lian as the center, the area of several hundred feet was completely enveloped by the dazzling starlight. The starlight token. Miss Qing Lian, I didn't expect you to have this on you. It seems that Luo Xing gave it to you. Su Liang and the other three were caught off guard and were directly enveloped by the dazzling starlight. Su Liang's face was gloomy as he stared at Qing Lian and said coldly. The starlight token was a secret treasure unique to the Jade Lady Astral Court. It was said that its power could spread over several hundred feet and form a cage of starlight energy. It could even trap a third will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator for a while. Su Liang, you're too bold. Aren't you afraid that the Jade Lady Astral Court will declare war on the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion by attacking us in public? Qing Lian's pretty face was gloomy as she waved her hands. Hee hee. Then you can only blame your bad luck for bringing along a junior sister with an extreme mean body. If Hong Lian didn't have an extreme mean body, I naturally wouldn't have provoked you. Unfortunately, Hong Lian just happened to be. Su Liang shook his head and laughed sinisterly. Qing Lian, you also know what an extreme mean body means, right? Hee hee, as long as I absorb the primordial Yin of an extreme Yin place, not only will my dark Yin finger reach the perfection realm, but my cultivation will also advance by leaps and bounds because I cultivate the primordial Yin body. It's even possible for me to directly break through to the third will Ultimate Emperor realm. Qing Lian's pretty face was ugly. She trembled with anger and said, Su Liang, you shameless person. Junior sister Hong Lian will never give you her primordial Yin. You won't? Then I'll take it by force. Anyway, you junior sisters are going to die this time. Hee hee, attack the surrounding starlight with all your might. Qing Lian is seriously injured and can't display the full power of the starlight token. As he spoke, Su Liang stomped his foot and a powerful aura suddenly surged out. He began to attack the surrounding starlight with all his might. The other three received Su Liang's order and naturally used all their strength to attack the starlight that approached them. Boom! Boom! Ear-piercing explosions rang out one after another as countless strength chis flew in all directions within the starlight. Under the effect of these powerful strength chis, the surrounding starlight was destroyed one after another. The originally dense starlight became much thinner in the blink of an eye. Dark Shadow Finger, break. Su Liang's face revealed an impatient expression. He stomped his foot forward and stretched out his right index finger. At this moment, the surging power of heaven and earth suddenly gathered in the void behind him. Immediately, a huge black finger that was dozens of feet long drilled out of the void and violently blasted the surrounding starlight. The surging aura overflowed from the huge finger like a surging torrent, forming a black hurricane that wiped out the remaining starlight. As soon as the starlight was broken, the black finger was like an ancient giant beast and heavily blasted the barrier outside the starlight. Boom! The entire barrier shook violently. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The sky fell and the earth cracked. With a cracking sound, the barrier that was on the verge of collapse finally cracked under the bombardment of the huge finger. The crack gradually spread and collapsed inch by inch. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from her cherry lips, and Qing Lian was like a butterfly with broken wings as she quickly flew backwards. Her beautiful face became bloodless and extremely pale. She finally crashed into the withered tree behind her and let out a muffled groan. Humph! You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I'll leave Qing Lian to you. But don't leave her alive. I'll go after Red Lotus first. Su Liang took a step forward. His face revealed a trace of indifference and he directly disappeared on the spot. The remaining 3 people understood tacitly. Their eyes converged on Qing Lian, who was lying limp on the ground in front of them. Their faces revealed obscene expressions as they slowly walked toward Qing Lian. Qing Lian was an extremely famous genius among the younger generation of the Jade Lady Star Court. Moreover, her figure and appearance were also considered one of the best in the county. Many young talents in the county had pursued Qing Lian, but they were all rejected by her. I really did not expect that Qing Lian, who is known for being as pure as ice and as pure as jade, would actually have such a weak side. Looks like the 3 of us need to properly dote on her. The gray-clothed youth, who was the strongest, laughed heartily. Shameless! Qing Lian clenched her teeth. She could vaguely guess what the 3 people were going to do. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of despair. Just as the gray-clothed youth's big hand was about to grab Qing Lian, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Immediately, a bloody light rushed toward them from the side. The gray-clothed youth was alerted. He suddenly pushed out his palms, and a surge of the power of heaven and earth condensed into a golden light shield in front of him. Boom! The bloody light flashed and directly blasted on the golden light shield. The golden light exploded, and an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded. At this time, the gray-clothed youth finally noticed that the bloody light was actually a bloody spear. A trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Who is it? How dare you interfere with the affairs of the Marquis Mansion of Baichuan? Do you want to die? The one who wants to die is not me, but you." A clear voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, a figure with a pair of thunder wings on his back came in front of the gray-clothed youth. He stretched out his right hand and instantly pulled out the bloody spear that was deadlocked on the golden light shield. His right hand suddenly swept out, and the huge bloody spear violently bombarded the golden light shield again. Crack! Countless sparks burst out on the golden light shield, and traces of cracks continuously spread on the surface of the golden light shield. In the end, it collapsed inch by inch. The gray-clothed youth's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Bang! The bloody spear was like a hot knife through butter, and like a huge door, it blasted directly on the chest of the gray-clothed youth. Puff! The gray-clothed youth spat out blood and flew backward. After being dragged on the ground for dozens of meters, he violently collided with a withered tree. A tall figure like a cypress tree, holding a bloody spear, leisurely stopped in front of Qing Lian. Then, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a young and delicate face. Zhuowen. The clothes of the young man in front of her fluttered without wind. His figure was as tall as a pine tree, and his smile was as warm as the rising sun. His straight back seemed to be able to carry the sky even if it collapsed. When she finally saw the gentle smile on the young man's face, Qing Lian, who had a cold expression, finally had her beautiful eyes turn red, and a line of tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. He came. He really came in the end. And he even saved her. In the most difficult and desperate situation, Qing Lian did not cry, did not give in, and did not beg for mercy. However, when she saw the warm smile on Zhuowen's face, she could no longer control her tears. Clear tears slowly flowed down like meteors that pierced through the night sky. In front of Zhuowen, Qing Lian no longer forced herself to hold on. She only wanted to pour out all the grievances and depression in her heart at this moment in front of the man in front of her. "It's okay. I will help you get rid of all the obstacles." Chapter 458. Blood splatter. Qing Lian felt an indescribable sense of security for the first time as she felt the warmth from his hand. It was as if she would feel at ease as long as the young man was in front of her. "Thank you," Qing Lian said softly as she lowered her head. "Damn it. Who the hell are you? Don't you know we're from the Marquis of Baichuan's estate?" The grey-clothed young man stood up in a sorry state as he stared at the young man before him with extreme fear. The young man couldn't help but be surprised by how easily the young man had broken through the golden barrier he'd released earlier. After all, he was an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator at the second wheel. Even Su Liang shouldn't have been able to send him flying so cleanly. Zhuowen slowly turned around and stared at the three people with serious expressions. He said indifferently, "The dead have no right to know my name." The grey-clothed young man's face darkened when he heard this. He sneered, "What an arrogant kid. Do you think you're so great just because you were lucky enough to force me back? I'd like to see if you really have any moves up your sleeves. Let's attack together and get rid of this arrogant kid," the grey-clothed young man ordered to his companion beside him. The grey-clothed youth instructed his companion beside him. Then, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward, and directly rushed toward Zhuowen. Three powerful auras suddenly burst out, and the surrounding air even started to boil. "Zhuowen, be careful. The three of them are all ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Su Qian is even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator at the second wheel. You probably won't be a match for them if they work together. It's best if you don't care about me and flee on your own." At this moment, there was a trace of worry on Qing Lian's face. Earlier, Zhuowen had forcefully forced Su Qian back, and it was indeed rather shocking. However, Qing Lian also knew that it was because Zhuowen had successfully launched a sneak attack while Su Qian was unprepared. Zhuowen's aura was only at the peak of the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. He might be able to win against the other two, but against Su Qian, he would be completely suppressed. Now that Su Qian and the other two had joined forces, Zhuowen basically had no chance of winning. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, "Miss Qing Lian, there's no need to worry. I only need 5 breaths of time to deal with these 3 small fries." As he spoke, Zhuowen didn't notice the astonishment on Qing Lian's beautiful face. He stomped his foot and fearlessly moved to meet them head-on, and the blood-colored great spear in his right hand swiftly stabbed out, transforming into spear shadows that covered the sky as they enveloped Su Qian's group of 3. "Arrogant fellow, this time I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." Su Qian and the other two had also heard Zhuowen's arrogant words. Especially when they heard Zhuowen say that the 3 of them were trash, the rage on their faces was extremely intense. Their expressions were as if they wished for nothing more than to skin Zhuowen alive. Low Emperor Tier Armor Skill, Raging Wave Fist. Low Emperor Tier Armor Skill, Divine Sun Claw. Low Emperor Tier Armor Skill, Thousand Rain Kill. In just an instant, the 3 of them had actually executed the Emperor Tier Armor skills that they were most proud of. For a time, the energy in an area of over 1 kilometer started to seethe, and the withered branches in the surroundings even collapsed successively under this formidable aura. When Qing Lian, who was leaning on a tree trunk at the back, saw Su Qian's group of 3 execute Emperor Tier Armor skills as soon as they arrived, her beautiful face instantly turned ghastly pale. Obviously, Su Qian's group of 3 intended to deal with Zhuowen as soon as possible. The resources and reserves of the Marquis of Baichuan's estate are really abundant. The three of them possess 3 different Emperor-tier armor skills as soon as they make a move. At this moment, Zhuowen seemed to be extremely calm. Even though he was slightly surprised when he saw Su Qian's group of 3 execute Emperor-tier armor skills, he didn't take it seriously. Even though the might of Emperor-tier armor skills was formidable, Zhuowen had numerous trump cards. Moreover, merely the strength of his body was comparable to a low-grade Earth-rank spirit treasure, so he was utterly unafraid of their attacks. Limitless Startling Cloud Technique. Zhuowen didn't retreat but advanced instead. With a shake of his right hand, clouds and mist instantly suffused an area of over 100 m with him as the center, and Zhuowen was like a ghost within the clouds and mist. The attacks of the 3 instantly blasted into the clouds and mist, and the formidable force almost caused the space to distort. More than half of the clouds and mist in an area of over 100 m were annihilated by this force. What a strange armor skill. Is this kid actually hiding within the clouds and mist like a coward? Su Qian's brows knit together tightly when the 3 attacks hit nothing, and he snorted coldly. Waves of aura surged out from his body and directly formed a violent hurricane in the surroundings. Whoosh! The violent hurricane was like a sickle that harvested rice. In the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist that lingered in the surroundings were annihilated and vanished under the effect of the hurricane. Kid! Let's see where you can hide. Soon, Su Qian noticed a robust figure nearby, and he sneered as he boldly flashed towards that figure. Rumble! Eat my fist! Arriving in front of the figure in an instant, Su Qian's right fist suddenly blasted out. A wave of golden light erupted from his fist, and it was extremely dazzling as it directly blasted the figure's chest. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the figure directly flew out as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He smashed over 10 m away and formed a huge pit. You really can't withstand a single blow. Looks like you were just bluffing before. Su Qian grinned and said disdainfully. Bluffing? Do you really think you're hitting a human? Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded from behind Su Qian, causing his pupils to shrink as his gaze directly landed on the robust figure in front of him. This is, a puppet. The figure that was blasted away by him wasn't Zhuowen at all, but the image of a middle-aged uncle with a lifeless expression. Clearly, it was just a puppet without any vitality. Turning his head abruptly, Su Qian discovered that Zhuowen's slender figure had unknowingly approached his other 2 companions. Ha! It's too late to discover it now. I'll gladly take your companions' lives. With a long laugh, Zhuowen suddenly shook the blood-red spear in his right hand as he once again used the limitless startling cloud technique. Immediately after, under the amplification of the limitless startling cloud technique, he executed the moves of the Demon Moon's secret manual one move after another, and its might almost reached the point of collapsing the heavens and splitting the earth. In the first move, Zhuowen directly repelled the 2 cultivators. In the second move, the 2 cultivators spat out blood with terrified expressions, and in the third move, the 2 cultivators were instantly heavily injured. Stop! Seeing that Zhuowen had heavily injured his 2 companions in 3 moves, Su Qian's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly shouted out. Puchi! Just as Su Qian shouted out, Zhuowen's blood-colored great spear had already turned into a strange mark in the air. With a flash of blood-colored light, 2 large heads directly flew off, the color of blood shooting into the sky like a fountain. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Seeing the 2 heads fly up, Su Qian's eyes instantly became extremely red. With a stomp of his feet, his entire body was like a humanoid machine as he charged towards Zhuowen with large strides. He must kill this bastard in front of him. Those 2 were his best companions, and they were actually killed just like that. Su Qian's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Come on! With a stomp of his feet, Zhuowen transformed into a shadow as he charged directly towards Su Qian, who had already fallen into madness, and the blood-red spear in his hand was ready to be shot out. Divine Sun Claw. Su Qian's right hand formed a claw as he grabbed at the air. Countless strands of origin energy around his body boiled and expanded as a red sun gradually rose behind him. Within the red sun was a huge golden claw. Li. A clear bird's cry resounded from the red sun, and then the huge red sun smashed directly towards Zhuowen like a mountain. Humph. With a cold snort, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. The blood-red spear in his right hand gradually expanded under the amplification of the cloud's startling limitless art, and turned into a huge blood-red spear that was dozens of feet long. It tore through the air and blasted directly onto the red sun. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded continuously from the ground, and countless waves of air spread out in a ring shape. The space distorted and the ground cracked. Die, die, die. Su Qian was like a madman as he desperately activated the power of heaven and earth in his body. The red sun in front of him expanded again, and its aura skyrocketed, instantly suppressing the blood-red spear. Whoosh! The blood-red spear wailed and was directly thrown away. It was scattered on the ground, and its luster dimmed. Kid, there will never be a good ending for killing the people of the House of Marquis of Baichuan. Now, you will be buried with my companions. Su Qian roared, and the huge red sun with the monstrous power of a mountain blasted towards the frail figure below. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of scarlet as he muttered, "Great Sun Divine Claw. I'll show you how I'll break it." As he took a step forward, countless bloody flames surged out from his body. The surface of his skin was covered with ferocious bloody lines, and the surrounding air instantly rose in temperature. He threw a punch into the air, and countless blood flames condensed into a huge blood hand. With a loud explosion, the blood hand directly grabbed the red sun. Under Su Qian's horrified gaze, the monstrous red sun was like a toy ball in the blood hand, and it was swung around. Finally, the blood hand squeezed the air, and a powerful force burst out. Crack! Ripples appeared on the surface of the red sun, and then it turned into countless red fragments that were annihilated in the air. How is this possible? The Great Sun Divine Claw is broken. Su Qian snorted and took a dozen steps back. Looking at the red sun that was easily broken, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Qian, I'll help you meet your two companions. A whistling sound rang out, and Su Qian was horrified to find that Zhuowen had appeared above him. Wrapped in endless blood flames, Zhuowen looked like a stranger who had walked out of hell. With a light press of his right hand, countless blood flames burst forth. The blood flames formed a huge blood hand that directly blasted towards Su Qian. Damn it! Block it for me! Su Qian roared and blocked with both hands, releasing a blazing golden barrier. Crack! The golden barrier was like paper in front of the blood hand, and it collapsed inch by inch. Su Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Su Qian, it's over. Chapter 459. Clean and tidy. Puchi. A column of blood spurted out. Su Qian's eyes were wide open as his head was separated from his body. He was dead. The moment he killed Su Qian, Zhuowen waved his right hand and took the Qiankuan bag from Su Qian's waist. He was so thick-skinned that he didn't blush at all. So strong. Zhuowen is so strong. Isn't he just a two-wheel ultimate king realm warrior? Seeing Su Qian and the other two get killed so quickly, Qing Lian's cherry lips were slightly agape and her eyes were dull. Originally, she thought that Zhuowen would at least be caught in a tough battle and might even be defeated by Su Qian and the other two. But she never thought that Zhuowen's strength would be so strong that Su Qian and the other two were instantly defeated by Zhuowen. Miss Qing Lian, are you alright? After dealing with Su Qian and the other two, Zhuowen stepped forward and came to Qing Lian's side. He took out some healing elixirs from his Qiankuan bag and gave them to her. Pushing the elixirs that Zhuowen handed to her, Qing Lian shook her head and said, "I have special elixirs in my Qianquan bag. They are much more effective than ordinary elixirs, so there's no need to waste these elixirs." Seeing that Qing Lian refused, Zhuowen didn't insist. He nodded and put the elixirs back into his Qianquan bag. Although these elixirs weren't very useful to him, they could still be of some use at a critical moment. And even if he didn't have them, he could take them back to Zhuo family and let Zhuo Xiangding distribute them to the family disciples. Qing Lian stole a glance at Zhuowen and hesitated slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Zhuowen, my junior sister Red Lotus is being hunted by Su Liang. Can you help me save her?" In the beginning, Qing Lian didn't know Zhuowen's strength. She only thought that he was an ordinary two-wheel ultimate king realm warrior, so she didn't want to add to Zhuowen's trouble. However, Qing Lian knew that she'd underestimated Zhuo Wen's strength after witnessing how easily Zhuo Wen had dealt with Su Qian and the others. After all, Su Qian was a mid-second wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator, while the other two were early second wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivators. The three of them couldn't take more than a few moves from Zhuowen Yangchen. Clearly, Zhuowen was comparable to a late-stage or even peak ultimate king realm warrior. If Zhuowen was Zhuowen, he might be able to save Red Lotus from Su Liang. Your junior sister Red Lotus? Only now did Zhuowen discover that the girl in red who had been by Qing Lian's side was no longer here. However, Zhuowen wasn't a busybody. Zhuowen didn't know Hong Lian, so Zhuowen subconsciously didn't want to get involved. After all, although Su Liang was only a late-stage ultimate king realm warrior, as the second genius of the Marquis of Baichuan's estate, he probably had many trump cards up his sleeves. If they really fought, he would definitely be no weaker than a peak ultimate king realm warrior. Zhuowen was extremely repulsed by the fact that he didn't know such a troublesome opponent. Seeing Zhuo Wen's appearance, how could Qing Lian not know that Zhuo Wen was unwilling in his heart? Although she hadn't known Zhuo Wen for a long time, she also knew that the young man before her was extremely principled in doing things. If it wasn't related to him, he would absolutely not interfere. But if it was related to his own matters, this Zhuo Wen would absolutely risk his life. Qing Lian knew that Zhuowen cared so much about her because she had helped Zhuowen quite a bit in the past, so he had a much better impression of her. On the other hand, Hong Lian was someone who had nothing to do with Zhuowen. With Zhuowen's personality, he didn't want to get involved in other people's business. Qing Lian bit her lower lip as a trace of pleading appeared in her eyes. "Zhuowen, I beg you to save my junior sister. Otherwise, once she falls into Su Liang's hands, she'll probably end up in a very miserable state." After a moment of silence, Zhuowen nodded. "Since Miss Qing Lian has requested it, it would be rather unreasonable of me to refuse. Tell me where Su Liang has gone." Seeing Zhuowen agree, Qing Lian let out a sigh of relief. She smiled sweetly and pointed to the dense forest in front of them. She said, "Su Liang and junior sister Hong Lian fled in this direction. That Su Liang is extremely fast. You need to hurry over. Otherwise, it will be too late." Nodding, Zhuowen waved his right hand and summoned the reverse spirit puppet from nearby. He surrounded Qing Lian and said, "This puppet is at the peak of the ultimate king realm. Stay here and recover. The puppet will protect you. I'll be going first." With that, lightning flickered on Zhuowen's back and a pair of large wings of lightning appeared. With a few flashes, he vanished into the dense forest ahead. A complicated expression appeared in Qing Lian's eyes as she watched the figure vanish into the distance. Back in the ancient dwelling, the young man before her had been far weaker than her. Although Zhuowen was not bad at that time, he had yet to reach a breathtaking level. However, over 2 years later, the young man before her had actually grown so quickly. He hadn't relied on any organization or resources, relying solely on himself. Not only had he broken through to the ultimate king realm, his strength had far surpassed hers. Perhaps this is a heaven-sent genius. If senior sister Luo Xing knew about Zhuowen's current strength, she probably wouldn't ignore him like she did in the past, Qin Lian murmured softly. Swoosh swoosh. Two figures, one fleeing and one pursuing, flashed through the dense forest, causing many birds and beasts to roar in the depths of the forest. When the infuriated origin beasts sensed the presence of these two figures, they all quieted down and hid far away, not daring to approach. Little sister Red Lotus, why are you running? I, Su Liang, promise you that as long as you give me your origin Yin, I won't take your life. Moreover, after this battle for the origin Qi Tower, I will personally go to the Jade Maiden Star Court and formally marry you, so you don't have to worry too much about your chastity. The green-robed young man, Su Liang, who was chasing from behind, stared fixedly at Red Lotus's graceful figure in front of him. His sinister eyes were full of ridicule. With his strength, it was extremely easy for him to catch up to Red Lotus, but he didn't do so. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of a cat catching a mouse, especially when he saw the tear-stained face of the beautiful girl in front of him. This made Su Liang even more excited. Su Liang. You shameless, perverted, hoodlum. You usually look like a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. Formally marry. What right do you have to marry me? If you want my origin Yin, don't even think about it. If I'm caught, I'll directly break my own heart and commit suicide. Red Lotus also saw that Su Liang was playing cat and mouse and her pretty face was filled with despair. She knew that with her strength of the ultimate emperor realm, she was no match for Su Liang. Su Liang's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He sneered, humph. Whether you're willing or not, Su Liang, will take your origin Yin. Even if you commit suicide, I have a way to get your origin Yin from your corpse. If you want to commit suicide, you can do so now. Otherwise, I won't have to waste my energy chasing after you. Red Lotus's pretty face turned deathly pale when she heard this. She instantly understood what Su Liang wanted to do. Even if she died, Su Liang wouldn't let her corpse go. Red Lotus's heart was filled with fear when she thought about how her corpse was going to be ravaged by this person behind her. This Su Liang is a pervert. I can't fall into his hands, or else. Red Lotus didn't dare to think about it any further. After Su Liang's threat, Red Lotus's desire to die had completely disappeared. What she wanted now was to meet her senior sister Luo Xing from the Jade Maiden Celestial Court in the forest and save her from the bastard Su Liang. Forget it. I'm not playing anymore. I'll just catch you and take your origin Yin. Soon, a trace of impatience appeared on Su Liang's face. He took several steps in the air and turned into a series of afterimages. In an instant, he had closed the distance between him and Red Lotus. Soon, he was only a few feet away from her. Red Lotus's pretty face turned deathly pale when she heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind her. She bit her lower lip and slapped her Qinquan bag with her jade-like hand. She threw out many defensive spirit treasures, but unfortunately, they were only medium and high-grade spirit treasures. There are quite a few spirit treasures in your Qinquan bag, but they're all trash. They can't stop me at all, Su Liang laughed out loud. With a sweep of his right hand, a powerful force sent the incoming spiritual treasures flying. With a leap, he arrived behind Hong Lian in an instant. With a slap of his hand, he slammed it onto Hong Lian's shoulder. Pfft! Red Lotus spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pretty face was drained of color. Her delicate body trembled and fell from the sky like a withered leaf. Fortunately, Su Liang's attack was very measured. He didn't intend to seriously injure Red Lotus, so Red Lotus still had some strength left. She twisted her slim waist in midair. Just as she was about to hit the ground, she dissipated the force and knelt on one knee. Whoosh! Su Liang rushed over and stopped not far away. He looked mockingly at Red Lotus, who was trembling like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Hee hee. Once I take Red Lotus Vital Yin, my Dark Yin finger will reach perfection. Furthermore, I can use the Vital Yin of the Extreme Yin body to break through to the peak of the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to reach the third wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Su Liang's eyes burned with passion when he thought of the legends of the Extreme Yin body and its various benefits. He suddenly took a step forward and his right hand formed a claw as he extended it towards Red Lotus. It's over, it's over. What should I do now? Red Lotus' mind went blank as she stared at Su Liang's approaching claw. Her delicate body trembled violently as she stood rooted to the spot. Her beautiful eyes were filled with dense mist. Swish! Just as Su Liang's claw was about to make contact with Red Lotus' delicate body, there was a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Soon after, a strange streak of blood-red light shot through the air and headed straight for Su Liang's chest. Su Liang's eyelids twitched. His claw that had originally been aimed at Red Lotus suddenly changed direction and slammed into the streak of blood-red light. Thump! 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 The tremendous force caused Su Liang's eyes to shrink. He couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. He stared at the dense forest behind him with a gloomy expression and said, "Who is it?" To actually launch a sneak attack. Chapter 460. Black Dragon Halberd Zhuowen. Rustling sounds rang out as a tall and straight figure slowly appeared in front of them. Red Lotus's beautiful eyes lit up as she immediately recognized this figure as Zhuowen. However, the light in Red Lotus's eyes quickly dimmed. Although Zhuowen had appeared, she knew that Zhuowen was only at the early stage of the second wheel while Su Liang was at the late stage of the second wheel. The difference between the two was too great. Zhuowen was simply throwing his life away. Red Lotus bit her lower lip and hurriedly shook her head. "Zhuowen, Su Liang is at the late stage of the second wheel. You're no match for him. Hurry up and leave. If possible, go save senior sister Clear Lotus. Don't come here to throw your life away." Shifting his gaze slightly, Zhuowen's gaze focused on Hong Lian. Seeing that Hong Lian was reminding him out of goodwill, Zhuowen's expression froze. Soon after, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Hong Lian's heart was pretty good. She was clearly in a dangerous situation, yet she still had the mood to advise others to flee. Zhuowen. The Zhuowen from that low-level city, Rotten Armor City. Su Liang narrowed his eyes. He was already somewhat familiar with Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had caused a stir when he took the Empyrean Steel test, so he had some impression of this Zhuowen. Now that Red Lotus had called out Zhuowen's name, he naturally recognized Zhuowen. Narrowing his eyes, he said indifferently, "Brat from a low-level city, your luck is pretty good to be able to enter the second level of the Origin Chi Tower. If you don't want to die in the dark forest, hurry up and scram. Don't get in my way." Zhuowen looked past Su Liang and stared at Red Lotus behind him with a smile. "Don't worry, Miss Red Lotus. I've already saved Clear Lotus. This time, it was Clear Lotus who asked me to come and save you." Red Lotus was startled when she heard this. Puzzled, she asked, "You saved senior sister Clear Lotus? I remember that the other 3 people from Marquis House of Baichuan should be with senior sister Clear Lotus. Did you save senior sister from those 3 people?" In Hong Lian's opinion, although Zhuowen's strength was not bad, there was still a certain gap between him and the other 3 from the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. After all, just Su Qian's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Ultimate King realm, a level higher than Zhuowen's. The other two's cultivation was similar to Zhuowen's. He did not believe that Zhuowen could successfully save Qing Lian from the 3 of them. Yes. At the same time, I also got rid of Su Qian and the other 2 trash, so Qinglian is very safe now. Zhuowen nodded seriously. What? You killed Su Qian and the other 2? Su Liang, who originally had a gloomy expression because of Zhuowen's disregard, revealed a trace of astonishment when he heard Zhuowen's words. Shortly after, he sneered, "Zhuowen, there should be a limit to your jokes. You can kill Su Qian and the other two with your strength?" Hong Lian's pretty face also had a trace of disbelief. At the same time, she was somewhat disappointed in Zhuowen. Zhuowen, who had been constantly mentioned by senior sister Clear Lotus, turned out to be such a vain person. He clearly didn't have the strength, yet he insisted on boasting in front of others. Joke? I, Zhuowen, never joke. If you don't believe me, take a look at what this is. Zhuowen directly ignored the sneer on Su Liang's face. He slapped his Qianquan bag with his right hand, and 3 large heads flew out and rolled at Su Liang's feet. These 3 heads were naturally Su Qian and the other 2. Su Qian, Su Ri, Su Yan. The sneer on Su Liang's face slowly froze, and it was replaced by shock. He originally thought that Zhuowen was joking, but now that the heads of Su Qian and the other 2 had really appeared beneath his feet, he knew that the 3 of them were probably really dead. Moreover, they had died at the hands of this young man. Behind him, Hong Lian was stunned as well. Her eyes widened as she stared straight at the 3 heads at Su Liang's feet. She covered her hand gently and murmured, "Zhuowen actually killed the 3 of them, but Zhuowen is clearly only at the early second wheel, while Su Qian is at the mid-second wheel. Su Ri and Su Yan are at the early second wheel as well, yet they were still killed by Zhuowen even when they worked together." Shifting her gaze slightly, Hong Lian's beautiful eyes once again focused on the slender figure of the young man in front of her. She suddenly realized how wrong her thoughts were. Zhuowen was not simple at all. No wonder senior sister Clear Lotus often talks about Zhuowen. He really is not simple. Hong Lian said with a complicated expression. "Zhuowen. I'll kill you. You actually dared to kill the people of my Marquis of Baichuan's estate." A terrifying aura suddenly surged out as a seemingly corporeal killing intent slowly rose in Su Liang's eyes. He stared fixedly at Zhuowen with his scarlet-red eyes. With a roar, he took a step forward and instantly shot towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Su Liang, don't worry. Su Qian and the other 2 are waiting for you in the underworld. I'll send you down to join them as soon as possible." Zhuowen knew that since he had already killed the 3 of them, then he was already irreconcilable with the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. However, if he could directly kill Su Liang in the dark forest, then the Marquis of Baichuan's estate might not suspect him. So, Su Liang must die. With that, Zhuowen was awe-inspiring and fearless. The pair of thunder wings on his back suddenly opened and closed, leaving behind a series of thunder shadows in the void as he instantly dodged Su Liang's attack that was flying towards him. His feet repeatedly stepped in the void as he pulled out his right hand from behind his back. The blood-red spear suddenly appeared in his palm. With a flick of his 5 fingers, the blood-red spear violently rotated and turned into a strange blood-red light in midair that pierced towards the back of Su Liang's head. Humph! Su Liang snorted coldly as he patted his Qianquan bag with his right hand and suddenly pulled out a large halberd that was shrouded in black mist. A terrifying aura burst out from the large halberd. Su Liang swung the large halberd back at the critical moment, and the huge and terrifying halberd tip instantly collided with the tip of the blood-red spear. Bang! The halberd tip and spear tip collided, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The crisp and pleasant sound of metal clashing resounded as waves of air continued to emanate from the 2. "It's just a high-grade spirit treasure. Watch how my black dragon halberd breaks your spear." Su Liang's face was cold as he stepped on the ground. His right hand gripped the halberd tightly while his left hand slapped the bottom of the large halberd. A huge force burst out and directly sent the blood-red spear flying. Earth-rank spirit treasure. His expression changed slightly. Su Liang was indeed the second genius of Marquis House of Baichuan. He had taken out a rare earth-rank spirit treasure. The black dragon halberd's aura was extremely terrifying, but it was much weaker than the 9-will burning sky cauldron. It should be a low-grade earth-rank spirit treasure. You're obviously a lowly person from a low-grade city, but you're quite knowledgeable. Presumably, it's the first time a lowly person like you has seen such a treasure. You should be able to die in peace under my black dragon halberd. With a sinister smile, Su Liang stepped on the air and stretched out his right hand to grab the black dragon halberd that was still in midair. The halberd's body tightened and the black dragon halberd's momentum did not decrease as it directly pierced towards Zhuowen's chest. Because the blood-red spear was directly sent flying by the black dragon halberd, Zhuowen did not have any weapons on him. In Su Liang's opinion, Zhuowen was dead meat. Not far away, when Hong Lian saw this scene, her pretty face changed and her heart was in a mess. You're not the only one with an earth-rank spirit treasure. I have one too. As the black dragon halberd approached, Zhuowen's expression was not the slightest bit flustered. He waved his right hand and immediately summoned the 9-will burning sky cauldron that was several feet in size. He slapped the cauldron and the 9-will burning sky cauldron directly blocked in front of Zhuowen. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out as the black dragon halberd ruthlessly pierced the surface of the 9-will burning sky cauldron. Countless sparks burst out, but in the end, it was unable to advance at all. Instead, Su Liang could not help but retreat due to the rebound force. What? You actually have an earth-rank spirit treasure? You, a lowly person from a low-grade city, actually have such a treasure? Rubbing his numb hand, Su Liang's pupils constricted as he looked at the 9-will burning sky cauldron in front of Zhuowen. A trace of shock appeared on his face. Moreover, he faintly discovered that the aura of the 9-will burning sky cauldron in front of Zhuowen was even stronger than the black dragon halberd in his hand. The aura of this strange cauldron in this kid's hand is so vast that it far surpasses the black dragon halberd. Could it be a mid-grade earth-rank spirit treasure? It might even be a high-grade earth-rank spirit treasure. It can't be wrong. The cauldron in this kid's hand is definitely an earth-rank spirit treasure that surpasses the black dragon halberd in quality. This lowly person from a low-grade city has no ability to possess such a treasure. This cauldron should be given to me. Thinking of this, Su Liang's eyes immediately revealed a trace of greed. He knew that if he obtained this cauldron, it would be enough to make up for the loss of Su Qian and the others. No wonder a two-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator like you was able to kill Su Qian and the other two. It turns out that you possess such an earth-rank spirit treasure. Kid, such a treasure is simply a waste on you. Only I am worthy of such a treasure. Give it to me. Laughing loudly, Su Liang stomped his foot and his entire body turned into a shadow. He had already made up his mind to kill Zhuowen and seize the 9-will burning sky cauldron. I'm just afraid that it will burn your hands. In my opinion, it's better for you to give me the black dragon halberd in your hand. With a cold snort, Zhuowen patted the cauldron's body. The fire vent at the bottom of the cauldron suddenly spat out the 9 heavens thunder blazing flame and the 3,000 blue lotus flames. The 9 heavens thunder blazing flame and the 3,000 blue lotus flames were like two giant blue and green dragons. They intertwined in the air and suddenly pounced toward Su Liang. Earth fire. And 2 types of earth fire. This cauldron is indeed amazing. It can actually contain such a wondrous item as earth fire. This cauldron is mine. Die. Seeing that the 9-will burning sky cauldron was spitting out 2 types of earth fire, the greed in Su Liang's eyes became even more intense. One had to know that earth fire was extremely powerful. Very few containers could withstand the corrosion of earth fire. This was also the reason why even some supreme experts were unable to obtain earth fire. However, the 9-will burning sky cauldron in Zhuowen's hand had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only was it powerful, but it could also contain the power of earth fire. This made him even more determined to obtain the 9-wool burning sky cauldron. Boom! Boom! With a swing of the black dragon halberd, Su Liang directly annihilated the 9 heavens thunder blazing flame and the 3,000 blue lotus flames. He stomped his foot in the air and waved his right hand. The black dragon halberd turned into a terrifying black light that swept toward Zhuowen. I told you, this thing will only burn your hands. Chapter 461. Dark underworld finger appears Qi. A scorching sound rang out. With Zhuowen as the center, the temperature rose at an unbelievable speed. The surrounding air was torn apart and evaporated. Feeling the rapidly rising temperature, Su Liang frowned. However, he did not stop moving forward. Instead, he took several steps in the air and rushed towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. The black dragon halberd emitted an endless black energy mist. It cut through the air and instantly reached Zhuowen's chest. Boom! When the black dragon halberd was about 10 feet in front of his chest, Zhuowen's body moved without any wind. Waves of powerful hurricane-like air waves burst out from his body. Soon after, the blue and green flames spiraled up from Zhuowen's feet and completely covered Zhuowen. Bang! As the black dragon halberd approached, countless blue and green sparks exploded. Su Liang's pupils shrank. When the black dragon halberd came into contact with the 2 colored flames, it was as if it was piercing an indestructible steel. It was unable to move forward even half an inch. What kind of flame is this? It can actually block the black dragon halberd. Looking at the 2 colored flames surrounding Zhuowen, Su Liang's face became a little solemn. He felt that the power of this strange 2 colored flame was faintly above the earth fire. Boom! The 2 colored flames suddenly shrank. From the spiraling flames, a dragon-like fire pillar gushed out and directly blasted towards Su Liang's face. Humph! Snorting coldly, Su Liang was not afraid. He flicked his right hand and the black dragon halberd turned into numerous black shadows and blasted onto the 2 colored flame pillar. Countless forces swirled in the air. What surprised Su Liang was that the halberd seemed to have blasted onto a towering mountain. It was heavy and stagnant. Thump! 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 Retreating a dozen steps, the black dragon halberd suddenly stopped on the ground. Su Liang's face became extremely gloomy. He did not expect the 2 colored flames released by Zhuowen to be so powerful. The web between his thumb and forefinger was still numb. Boom! The 2 fire pillars disappeared and a slender figure walked out slowly from the fire pillars. He stared at Su Liang and said, I heard that you are the second genius of the house of Marquis of Baichuan. Is this all you've got? Hearing this, Su Liang's face instantly darkened. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes as he coldly snorted, arrogant brat, don't think you're so great just because you have the upper hand. As he spoke, Su Liang held the black dragon halberd horizontally with both hands. His right foot tapped against the ground, and a terrifying aura burst out from Su Liang's body. Black Dragon Ultimate Kill. Brat, since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. With a low roar, the tip of Su Liang's foot tapped on the ground. With a swoosh sound, Su Liang's entire body swept over like a swimming dragon. The surface of the black dragon halberd continuously released a terrifying ink-black fog, completely enveloping Su Liang and the halberd. Whoa! In an instant, black fog filled the air wherever Su Liang passed. A resonant dragon's roar exploded in the air like a thunderclap, causing the surroundings to shake. Within the black fog, Su Liang transformed into a huge black dragon and pounced towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. With a stomp of his foot, countless 2-colored flames transformed into 2-colored walls of fire in front of him. The surging heat incessantly roasted the surrounding space, almost distorting it. It's useless. The might of my Black Dragon ultimate kill is comparable to the full strength attack of a peak ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Your two-colored flames are indeed powerful, but it's only comparable to the attack of a peak ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Hee, break it for me. Su Liang sneered. The huge black dragon smashed through the walls of fire in front of Zhuowen like a hot knife through butter. Zhuowen, go to hell. You're already quite capable to force me to use the Black Dragon ultimate kill. However, this is as far as you go. The walls of fire crumbled inch by inch. Zhuowen's figure immediately appeared around 3 meters away. The huge dragon head that Su Liang had transformed into suddenly roared. Its gaping maw, which was as tall as a man, unceremoniously swallowed Zhuowen. No. Not far away, Hong Lian had also witnessed this scene. Her pretty face had turned ghastly pale. The might of Su Liang's Black Dragon extermination had already exceeded her expectations. The Black Dragon's might had already surpassed that of a late second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, and it was faintly approaching the strength of a peak second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. She could sense that the huge Black Dragon was so powerful that it could devour a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Although Zhuowen's strength was extraordinary, Hong Lian didn't believe that Zhuowen could last long under the attack of the Black Dragon. Is an attack comparable to a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator very strong? Zhuowen's gaze was calm. He took a light step forward and extended his right hand. The moment he extended his right hand, a strange blood-red flame circled around Zhuowen's arm. Sinister lines of blood appeared on the exposed skin of his arm. The lines of blood were like living blood vessels. They gradually spread from Zhuowen's right hand to his entire body. In an instant, the temperature around Zhuowen reached an unimaginable level. Within the Black Dragon, Su Liang immediately sneered when he saw that Zhuowen had only extended one hand. This kid is dead for sure. He's actually using his right hand to resist. He's simply courting death. Boom! There was a thunderous rumble. The moment the Black Dragon came into contact with Zhuowen's outstretched hand, it instantly came to a halt. Su Liang's pupils constricted as he discovered that the Black Dragon was collapsing inch by inch from head to tail. Thump thump thump. The Black Dragon was annihilated in an instant, and a powerful shockwave spread out like ripples. Su Liang let out a muffled groan and retreated several dozen steps before he managed to stabilize himself. How is this possible? You actually took my Black Dragon kill with your bare hands and even broke it? Su Liang placed his right hand on his chest as he stared at the youth in front of him in shock. At this moment, Zhuowen had also been forced back a dozen steps due to the huge recoil. However, his physical body was too strong. With a shake of his muscles, he managed to offset the recoil that had spread throughout his body. Although the Jadestone body tempering technique was only a heaven-tier body tempering technique, Zhuowen had cultivated it to perfection. His body was as tough as steel. When Zhuowen had broken through to the 7th level, the flower of flames had mutated and merged with his body. His body's strength had become even more abnormal. This was the appearance of the blood-red flames. After cultivating to the 7th level, Zhuowen's body was much stronger than ordinary cultivators who cultivated to the 7th level of the Jadestone body tempering technique. He was completely capable of taking on a peak second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Not far away, Hong Lian was even more shocked than Su Liang. She had personally experienced just how powerful the Black Dragon extermination was, but Zhuowen had caught it with his bare hands. What a powerful body. Just his physical strength alone is comparable to a peak second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Su Liang's face sank. Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was clearly just a lowly commoner from a low-level city, but he actually had so many trump cards. Su Liang, if you have any other moves, feel free to use them. If you don't, you can go accompany Su Qian and the other two. Zhuowen's expression was cold. He suddenly took a step forward and countless blood-red flames surrounded him. He suddenly punched out with his right fist. The surrounding blood-red flames whistled through the air like a storm, forming a huge blood-red fist. Zhuowen, don't get carried away. Su Liang was furious when he heard this. He glared viciously at Zhuowen and took a step forward, dodging Zhuowen's huge blood-red fist. You think you can dodge it? With a cold snort, Zhuowen's lightning wings opened and closed behind him. He transformed into a swift lightning shadow and instantly arrived in front of Su Liang. His blood-red fist mercilessly punched towards Su Liang's chest. Su Liang had just dodged the blood-red fist. He had not expected Zhuowen to charge directly at him, so he was completely unprepared. At this moment, Zhuowen was close to him. He seemed to have lost his head out of fear. He pushed out with both hands and a golden light exploded in front of him, forming a golden barrier. Rumble. His fist slammed into the golden barrier. Golden light flowed out and exploded in all directions. The barrier instantly crumbled inch by inch. The fist broke through the golden barrier like a hot knife through butter and finally landed on Su Liang's chest. Pfft. Su Liang's face paled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body instantly fell from the sky like a withered leaf. Su Liang was an experienced person. When he was close to the ground, his waist twisted strangely and his feet kicked in the void. In an instant, he created a recoil force on the ground and landed lightly. Su Liang's face was extremely pale as he knelt on the ground with one knee. Zhuowen, you're really good. You forced me to this extent. If I don't tear you into pieces, I'm not worthy of being called the second genius of the Marquis Mansion. Su Liang roared in a low voice like a wild beast. He stretched out a finger in the void and a surge of surging primordial chi crazily condensed in the void behind Su Liang. Rip. A crack suddenly appeared in the void and a huge black finger that was hundreds of feet long swept out from the crack. It was like a huge mountain and directly descended on the forest. In an instant, the sky changed color. Su Liang really used the underworld shadow finger. Zhuowen, you have to be careful. The underworld shadow finger is the forbidden skill of the Marquis Mansion. It's extremely powerful. Hong Lian's pretty face changed slightly as she quickly reminded Zhuowen. Underworld shadow finger. Forbidden skill. Looking at the huge black finger in the sky, Zhuowen's face became serious. This was because the finger gave off an extremely terrifying aura. This aura was extremely strong, as if the sky and earth were falling apart. It's actually the underworld shadow finger. It seems that the Marquis Mansion is quite lucky to have such a powerful forbidden skill. The underworld shadow finger was quite famous in ancient times. If one fully mastered the underworld shadow finger, the power they could unleash would be comparable to a superior emperor armor skill. However, looking at Su Liang's moves, the underworld shadow finger he's learned should be incomplete. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. A superior emperor armor skill? This forbidden skill called the underworld shadow finger is so powerful. Zhuowen was shocked when he heard this. One had to know that a superior emperor armor skill's power was extremely terrifying. It could greatly increase the strength of an ultimate emperor realm cultivator. For example, if an ultimate emperor realm cultivator of the same level had a superior emperor armor skill, then he would be able to crush the other without one. Chapter 462. Two Fingers Weeping Ghosts. Is the dark shadow finger really that terrifying? Zhuowen asked with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. It is indeed terrifying. After all, the dark shadow finger was considered a forbidden technique in ancient times. Now I know why Su Liang wants to kill Hong Lian. I'm afraid he wants Hong Lian's Vitaline. Xiao Hei's voice sounded again. Vitaline? Zhuowen was puzzled. Yes. The cultivation method of the dark shadow finger is not ordinary. It cannot be cultivated through ordinary methods. Instead, it requires the primordial yin of a young woman. With the help of the cold attribute of the primordial yin, the dark shadow finger can absorb the corresponding energy and continuously evolve and strengthen. Xiao He paused for a moment and continued, "Don't you realize that Hong Lian is not ordinary? This girl has an extreme yin body that is rarely seen in 100 years. The strength of her vital yin is comparable to the vital yin of hundreds of young women. If Su Liang absorbs this girl's vital yin, he can directly cultivate the dark shadow finger to the complete realm. Its power will become extremely terrifying." Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood why Su Liang wanted to kill Qing Lian and Hong Lian. After all, they were backed by the 5 super forces in the prefecture capital. It was not a good idea to offend them. However, Su Liang did it and even killed Qing Lian and Hong Lian. Obviously, the vital yin of an extreme yin body was very attractive to him. "Zhuowen, let's see if you can withstand my dark shadow finger." Su Liang glared at Zhuowen with a venomous expression. He pointed his right finger at the void and shouted, "Dark shadow finger, one finger shocks heaven and earth." Rumble. The dark nether finger, which was hundreds of feet long, tore through the void and headed straight for Zhuowen. Wherever it passed, the space shattered and collapsed layer by layer. Zhuowen's face was solemn. For the first time, he felt the terror and power of the dark shadow finger. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and reached out with his right hand. He pushed the surrounding blood flames to the limit and condensed a blood hand, which was hundreds of feet long, in the void. Its power was not inferior to the dark shadow finger. Rumble. The black finger and the bloody hand instantly collided, causing ripples in the surrounding space. As the ripples spread, the space collapsed inch by inch, and the surrounding trees were turned into dust and nothingness. Just the aftershock of the collision between the two had already reached such a terrifying level. This caused Hong Lian, who was not far away, to be stunned. She continuously retreated, resisting the aftershock of the surrounding airwaves. "Break!" Su Liang roared and pressed down with his right finger. His eyes were filled with madness. The black finger in the air seemed to have sensed Su Liang's emotions. An ink-black brilliance overflowed in all directions, and its might surged violently. For a moment it directly suppressed the bloody hand. Gotcha! Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the huge bloody hand. Soon after, the cracks widened and the huge bloody hand was directly annihilated into nothingness in the void. The dark nether finger was ready to be unleashed with irresistible force. It rode the wind and waves as it descended towards Zhuowen below. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen could not help but retreat a few dozen meters. He raised his head slightly and looked at the dark underworld finger that was rolling down. His face revealed a deep grave expression. "Humph. Nine-will burning sky cauldron, open for me." Zhuowen no longer held back. He slapped the lid of the nine-will burning sky cauldron with his right hand, and the huge nine-will burning sky cauldron's fire vent instantly spewed out 4 different types of flames. The blue 9 heavens thunder blazing flame, the green 3000 green lotus flame, the colorful star blazing flame, and the strange blood flame. The 4 types of powerful earth flames instantly merged and turned into a 4-colored firestorm. It was like a fire pillar that connected the heavens and the earth, directly blasting towards the dark underworld finger in the air. What? This Zhuowen actually has 4 types of earth flames. Damn it! Su Liang also noticed the 4 types of earth flames spewing out from the 9-will burning sky cauldron, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The rarity of earth flames was well known. It was already considered extremely lucky to have 1 type of earth flame. However, Zhuowen actually had 4 types of earth flames. How could this not shock Su Liang? Boom! The firestorm above Zhuowen directly blocked the dark underworld finger. After the impact of the blood hand, the dark underworld finger was much dimmer than before. Now that it was blocked by the firestorm, it could not advance at all. Instead, it was suppressed by the firestorm. He blocked it. Red Lotus, who was not far away, was pleasantly surprised. The Zhuowen in front of her had really brought her many surprises. He had an endless stream of trump cards, and each of them was stronger than the last. She really did not know where Zhuowen's limit was. Maybe this Zhuowen can defeat Su Liang. Red Lotus's face, which was originally filled with despair, was now replaced by hope. At this moment, Su Liang's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. Zhuowen's strength had already exceeded his expectations. This kid must be killed. Otherwise, if this kid continues to grow, even Big Brother may not be able to deal with this little bastard in the future. It seems like I can only use that move. Su Liang felt more and more threatened by Zhuowen. One had to know that Zhuowen was much younger than him, and his cultivation level was also much lower. However, when it came to fighting, Zhuowen was actually suppressing him. This kind of strength that far exceeded one's cultivation level could only be achieved by those extremely monstrous geniuses. However, Zhuowen had done it. Clearly, Zhuowen's potential was comparable to those monstrous geniuses. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Su Liang's heart became even more intense. He suddenly stepped forward and pointed his finger again. In an instant, the surrounding yuan qi violently boiled again. Moreover, the power this time was even more intense and terrifying than the first time Su Liang used the dark underworld finger. The surrounding yuan qi almost turned into hurricanes that constantly raged and overflowed. After the firestorm, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He also felt the terrifying power around Su Liang. It was a sign that he was about to release a powerful move. Moreover, he had a premonition that Su Liang's move this time would definitely be more powerful than the dark underworld finger. This Su Liang actually has an even more powerful move. This dark underworld finger is already abnormal enough. This Zhuowen was also somewhat helpless. Su Liang's difficulty had somewhat exceeded his expectations. The top geniuses of the 5 super forces were indeed not to be trifled with. Dark underworld finger, 2 fingers weeping ghosts and gods. Suddenly roaring, Su Liang's second finger pointed at the void. Above the void behind him, an even bigger hole was torn open. From that huge hole, a black finger that was close to 1,000 feet long slowly stretched out. The strange thing was that the surface of this even bigger black finger was actually filled with a thick ink-black fog. Within the fog, countless ghostly faces were faintly discernible. Terrifying and ear-piercing howls constantly reverberated in the area. The heart-wrenching howls spread, causing the meta beasts within 100 miles of the dark forest to tremble. Even some of the more timid ancient martial art practitioners did not dare to come close at all. This was because they had already recognized the forbidden technique of the dark underworld finger. In Muqin County, only the house of Marquis Baichuan possessed such a forbidden technique. Moreover, the people in the house of Marquis Baichuan were not to be trifled with. If one was not careful, one's life would be in danger. Therefore, some of the ancient martial art practitioners who were nearby suppressed the curiosity in their hearts and hid far away. They did not dare to come close. In an open space close to 1,000 miles southeast of the dense forest where Su Liang was, a young man with a gloomy gaze walked slowly. The young man's right hand was casually playing with 2 round balls. There was a strange black fog lingering around the young man's body. Waves of powerful aura constantly spread out from the fog. After sensing the black fog around the young man, many of the meta beasts in the dense forest looked fearful and hid far away. The aura of the dark underworld finger? In the house of Marquis Baichuan, other than me, only second brother possesses such a forbidden technique. However, in this dark forest, what is it that is worth second brother to use the dark underworld finger? The young man's right hand paused and the 2 rolling balls stopped in his palm. Soon after, the young man raised his head. Under the thin light, a cold and handsome face appeared. It was the #1 genius of the house of Marquis Baichuan, Su Tianliang. Crack. Su Tianliang's right hand suddenly clenched. His gaze darkened as he said, "What? The aura of the dark underworld finger has doubled. Did second brother use the second move of the dark underworld finger? Damn it, with second brother's strength, what is there in the dark forest that requires him to make such a big fuss? No, I must go and take a look." Whoosh! With a stomp of his foot, Su Tianliang silently disappeared from where he was. There is a second move of the dark underworld finger. Looking at the huge black finger in the sky, accompanied by countless ghost shadows, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. The power of the second move of the dark underworld finger was somewhat out of Zhuowen's expectation. It was much stronger than the first move. Puchi. Before the huge black finger completely came out of the void, Su Tianliang groaned and his face became extremely pale. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Su Tianliang's dark underworld finger was not refined to perfection. Damn it! Second finger, come out for me. I must kill this Zhuowen. Su Tianliang's eyes were filled with madness. The power of heaven and earth in his body poured out like crazy. The huge black finger that was originally stagnant in the void suddenly blasted open the void and smashed down with a rumble. It seems that there is no need to hide. If I don't use my full strength, it is impossible to block the second move of the dark underworld finger. Licking his lips, Zhuowen's eyes had a trace of excitement. Ever since his mental strength broke through to the 4th level, Zhuowen had not used his mental strength in a battle. With a thought, the mud pill palace in the depths of his eyebrows suddenly began to rotate. Waves of mental strength poured out like a tide, with Zhuowen as the center, forming a transparent domain. Under the effect of this mental strength, Zhuowen floated under his feet, slowly floating several feet above the ground. Mental strength? This Zhuowen is also an arcana master. Not far away, Su Tianliang noticed Zhuowen's strange state and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. But soon, he sneered and said, "Hee. This kid is stupid, isn't he? Arcana masters are not suited for battle. Using mental strength is completely useless unless he is a 4th level arcana master." Su Tianliang shook his head. Arcana masters were extremely weak, especially before reaching the 4th level. They were as weak as mortals. Of course, once an arcana master reached the 4th level, they would undergo a qualitative change. Their battle prowess would reach the point where even ultimate Emperor realm cultivators would not dare to fight them. Boom! The earth quaked as Zhuowen floated in the air. The mental strength on the surface of his body had increased by several times. Countless strands of mental strength seemed to materialize into terrifying gusts of wind. Chapter 463. SS Su Tianliang. Countless gusts of wind converged, forming a spiritual storm that covered the sky. The tremendous power even cracked the ground within a radius of several hundred feet, and countless trees were crushed into powder. A 4th-grade arcanist? How is that possible? How can this kid be a 4th-grade arcanist? Su Tianliang's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. As the second son of the Marquis of Baichuan, he naturally knew how rare and mysterious arcanists were. Among them, a 4th-grade arcanist was enough to obtain a very high status and reputation in the prefecture capital. Even his father, Marquis of Baichuan, did not dare to offend such an existence, because the power behind the arcanists was the Arcanist Guild, which was almost all over the Heavenly Armor continent. There was a branch of the Arcanist Guild in the prefecture capital, which was as powerful as the 5 superpowers in the prefecture capital. However, because the Arcanist Guild in the prefecture capital was very low-key, it was not as famous as the 5 superpowers, but the 5 superpowers did not dare to underestimate the existence of the Arcanist Guild. Moreover, the battle for the Vitality Tower was a competition for talented warriors, and there were very few arcanists participating in it. This was because arcanists who did not have fourth-grade spiritual power would always be much weaker than warriors, so they would only end up being abused if they participated. A fourth-grade arcanist under the age of 30 was even rarer, which was why the Arcanist Guild did not participate in the battle for the Vitality Tower. Of course, Zhuowen's dual cultivation of spiritual power and to reach such a high level of both, were very rare. He was probably 1 in 10,000. How old is this Zhuowen now? His spiritual strength cultivation has reached level 4. This is too monstrous. Red Lotus, who was not far away, also saw this scene and was so shocked that she almost bit her tongue. After spitting out this sentence, she did not know what to say. A fourth-grade arcanist. Even the entire Jade Lady Astral Court did not have such an existence. The highest level was only a third-grade arcanist at the Great Perfection. Moreover, Zhuowen was so young, and his future was limitless. At this time, the soles of his feet floated in the air. Zhuowen's expression was cold. With a thought, he waved his right hand, and the spiritual storm in front of him rumbled and annihilated the space, directly bombarding the huge pitch-black finger above the void. Rumble. The dark underworld finger and the spiritual storm clashed together. Countless astral winds collapsed, and the space was distorted and torn apart. The layers of collapse caused ripples to spread out, annihilating everything in the surroundings. For a moment, the two were in a stalemate in the void. The dark nether finger has been blocked. Su Liang's expression grew uglier and uglier. Zhuowen's spiritual force of the fourth rank had greatly exceeded his expectations. After all, the spiritual force of a fourth-rank Arcana Master was extremely powerful. Even an initial fourth-rank Arcana Master's strength was comparable to a three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator. This wasn't something that he could contend against. This Zhuowen is too monstrous. I'm afraid I'm no match for him right now. Su Liang's eyelids twitched when he saw the dark nether finger being blocked by the spiritual storm in the air, and the thought of retreating arose in his heart. If Zhuowen was merely a second-will Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator, then Su Liang wouldn't have taken him seriously. However, Zhuowen also possessed spiritual power at the initial stage of the fourth-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm. His strength was comparable to a third-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator. The current Zhuowen wasn't someone he could contend against at all. If he didn't retreat now, it was very likely that he would die here. Zhuowen, just you wait. Although you're a fourth-rank Arcana Master, this is the Yuan Qi Tower. Your life and death are in the hands of the heavens. As long as you're still inside the Yuan Qi Tower, even if the Marquis of Baichuan's estate kills you, the Arcana Guild won't blame us. Su Liang glared hatefully at Zhuowen and snorted coldly. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body turned into a shadow as he attempted to escape. You want to leave? Not so fast. Zhuowen's gaze sharpened. He slapped his Qiankuan pouch with his right hand, and countless rays of sword light flashed. The boundless sword aura, a fourth-rank origin formation, immediately revolved around his body. At this time, Zhuowen's mental strength had completely reached the fourth rank. He could basically exert the full power of a fourth-rank origin formation. Originally, there were 3 major sword moves in the boundless sword aura. Among them, Zhuowen only mastered the first sword move, Flying Sword Slash. However, ever since Zhuowen's mental strength reached the fourth rank, he instantly comprehended the last 2 major sword moves of the boundless sword aura. This was because when an Arcana Master's mental strength reached the fourth rank, his understanding of fourth-rank origin formations would far surpass that of a third-rank Arcana Master. Naturally, he would be able to master the moves more easily. Falling Flower Wave Slash. The moment the boundless sword aura was summoned, Zhuowen divided a part of his mental strength and began to mobilize the second sword move of the boundless sword aura, Falling Flower Wave Slash. Clang clang clang. 108 cold sword-shaped spirit treasures turned into rays of cold light in the void. At this moment, they seemed to have turned into beautiful withered flowers, fluttering in the air. Endless waves of energy gushed out from the void. The falling flower-like sword light rode the wind and broke the waves. It was as fast as lightning and caught up with Su Liang in an instant. Bastard! It's not that easy to kill me. Su Liang, who was fleeing in a sorry state, also noticed the surging sword light behind him. His expression changed slightly. He quickly pulled out the black dragon halberd and waved his hands. Dense black light scattered and formed countless halberd shadows in front of him, trying to block the falling flower-like sword light behind him. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded. Su Liang's halberd shadows were like tofu, instantly turning into powder in front of the countless sword light. Su Liang's pupils shrank. He finally felt a trace of fear in his heart. Zhuowen's strength was too strong. He was no match for him at all. He gritted his teeth and secretly said, "Damn it. Originally, this was the amulet that Big Brother gave me. I didn't expect to have to use it now." As he spoke, Su Liang reached out to his chest and directly took out a blue jade pendant. The surface of the jade pendant was overflowing with light and color. It was very beautiful. Bang! Su Liang directly crushed the jade pendant. The blue powder floated in front of Su Liang like starlight. It actually annihilated the countless sword light in front of him. Immediately, the blue energy wrapped around Su Liang like a cloud. Swoosh! Like a meteor, he directly turned into a blue light. As if he was shuttling through the void, he instantly disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he was already hundreds of feet away. What? His speed is so fast that it's almost at the level of teleportation. Looking at Su Liang, who instantly disappeared from his original position, Zhuowen's face was slightly shocked. It seemed that Su Liang had a lot of treasures on him. At this juncture, he actually still had such a trump card to escape. No, this Su Liang must not be let go. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble with the Baichuan Marquis residents. This Su Liang must die. With a gloomy gaze, Zhuowen was very clear about the consequences if he let Su Liang go. He coldly snorted and the lightning wings on his back suddenly opened. His entire body was like a human lightning bolt as he instantly chased after Su Liang. At the same time, Zhuowen activated the mental energy in his Naiwan palace to cover his entire body. His speed once again soared by several times and actually began to catch up with Su Liang. What? How could this Zhuowen's speed be so fast? But this shuttling card is not just for show when it's praised as the fastest. Looking at the lightning figure behind him that was hundreds of feet away, Su Liang was first shocked. Soon after, the corner of his mouth was filled with a cold smile. With a thought, the blue fog surrounding his body once again soared. Its speed was actually several times faster than before. In the time of 2 breaths, the distance between the two people that was originally hundreds of feet had now been pulled to nearly 100 feet. It can actually still increase speed. Right now, my speed is already at the limit. It is simply impossible to increase my speed any further. However, the strange blue light around Su Liang's body is actually able to raise his speed to such a level. If this continues, Su Liang will quickly escape. Zhuowen, who was chasing from behind, frowned slightly. Zhuowen, you better remember this. If you offend our Baichuan Marquis residents, so what if you are a rank for Arcana Master? We still have a way to kill you. Seeing that Zhuowen was being pulled further and further away from him, Su Liang's heart was also relieved. His gaze converged on the figure of Zhuowen behind him as he shouted in an extremely arrogant and ruthless manner. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze suddenly sank. In his heart, the killing intent towards Su Liang became even stronger. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuowen clenched his teeth and took out a golden talisman from his Qianquan bag. He muttered, I really did not expect that this life talisman would come in handy so soon. However, it is a bit of a waste to use it on Su Liang. Although it was a bit painful, Zhuowen also knew that if he did not get rid of Su Liang, there would be no end of trouble in the future. Using a life talisman was not a loss. Su Liang, consider yourself unlucky. If I did not have a life talisman in my hands, perhaps I really would not be able to do anything to you. However, as of now, you can't escape even if you have wings. Without hesitation, Zhuowen instantly crushed the life talisman. Countless golden rays burst out and turned into a dazzling rain of light. The speed of the rain of light was extremely fast, almost reaching the speed of light. In an instant, it formed a huge golden barrier within a range of several hundred feet. The golden barrier just happened to cover Su Liang in front of it. Boom! Su Liang instantly crashed into the golden barrier. The powerful rebound force caused him to involuntarily retreat dozens of steps. His eyes were full of horror as he said, "What is this? Su Liang. You can't escape. Prepare to go to the underworld to see Su Qian and the other two." Whoosh! Zhuowen laughed loudly and instantly entered the golden barrier. The distance that was originally opened up by Su Liang was surpassed in the blink of an eye. His figure flashed and arrived a few feet behind Su Liang. Damn it! Zhuowen, you actually still have this trick up your sleeve. Su Liang turned around and looked at the young man in front of him. His gaze was extremely gloomy and there was even a trace of fear on his face. Ignoring Su Liang's venomous gaze, Zhuowen took a light step forward and instantly closed in on Su Liang. Countless amounts of mental energy burst out and turned into an invisible prison, trapping Su Liang in place. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed Su Liang's neck and said, "Originally, I did not have any conflict of interest with you. It's just a pity that when there is, it's just so dramatic. You hunted down Qin Lian and the others to become stronger, but I killed you to repay a debt of gratitude. So when you enter the underworld, it's better to know your place. Zhuowen, you dare to kill me? Don't tell me you want to offend our house of Marquis of Baichuan." Su Liang finally felt the fear of death. "I have completely offended your house of Marquis of Baichuan. There is no way out, so I can only kill you." Zhuowen shook his head. His right hand tightened and lifted Su Liang up high. His eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. "Stop." Chapter 464. A sense of crisis. The shout rolled over like thunder, the rippling sound waves containing an indescribable power under the support of Yuanli. Everywhere the sound waves passed, trees collapsed, space distorted, and everything turned into a mess. Shocked, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at the figure rapidly approaching from 1,000 miles away. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. Just the sound waves of this person's voice brought him great pressure. This wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could do. Su Tianliang. Zhuowen's eyesight was so strong that he immediately saw the face of the figure rushing towards him with a murderous aura. Wasn't this the #1 genius of the Marquis of Baichuan's estate, Su Tianliang? Big brother. "Ha, Zhuowen, I told you you couldn't kill me. Now that my big brother is here, you're dead meat." Su Liang, who was originally in despair, immediately revealed a look of ecstasy when he saw Su Tianliang rushing towards him from 1,000 miles away. His gaze towards Zhuowen was filled with pride. "Reckless fellow. You're at my mercy now, yet you're still so arrogant." With a sinister gaze, Zhuowen coldly snorted and tightened his grip on Su Liang's neck. Su Liang's breathing quickened and his cheeks flushed red. The pride in his eyes instantly vanished. He was still in Zhuowen's hands. The youth before him could kill him with just a flick of his finger. "Zhuowen, my big brother is much stronger than me. Even if you're a 4th-rank Arcana Master, you're still no match for my big brother. So your best option now is to let me go. Only then will you have a chance to live." Feeling the force on his neck, Su Liang's face was filled with fear. His tone was much gentler and even seemed to be negotiating. In the distance, Su Tianliang, who was rushing over, also saw Su Liang's miserable state. Especially when he saw Su Liang being lifted up by the neck with his right hand, he was shocked and angry. However, when he saw Zhuo Wen's face, he was stunned. Zhuo Wen? Was it that Zhuo Wen from a low-level city? How is this possible? This kid is clearly only a second-rank Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. How could he defeat my second brother? Second younger brother even used his ultimate move, the Dark Underworld Finger. At this moment, Su Tianliang's heart was in turmoil. He was well aware of Su Liang's strength. Although he was only at the late stage of the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm, when combined with the Dark Shadow Finger and Black Dragon Halberd, he was no weaker than a peak second wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, the second finger of the Dark Underworld Finger was even more powerful. Perhaps even a peak two-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. Its might was already comparable to a half-step three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Su Tianliang was very puzzled as to how Zhuo Wen had defeated Su Liang. Zhuo Wen. Let go of my second brother, or die. Although he had doubts in his heart, seeing Su Liang being lifted up by Zhuo Wen with one hand, Su Tianliang was extremely angry. This Zhuo Wen really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to treat the people of Baichuan Marquis Mansion like this. He was simply courting death. Zhuo Wen, this Su Tianliang is very strong. I'm afraid that he has already reached the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage. Even if you have rank 4 lower tier spiritual power, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for Su Tianliang. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Yes. I know. I originally thought that I would be able to kill Su Liang without anyone knowing. I didn't expect to meet this Su Tianliang halfway. It seems that this enmity with Baichuan Marquis Mansion is set. Nodding, Zhuo Wen suddenly clenched his right hand. The power of heaven and earth in his body formed a vortex-like cyclone and poured into Su Liang's body, diagnosing the meridians in his body. Then, he pointed his right hand between Su Liang's eyebrows and directly annihilated his sea of consciousness. Su Liang's eyes widened as he stared at Zhuo Wen in disbelief. He also didn't expect that Zhuo Wen would actually kill him. Moreover, he didn't hesitate at all in front of his big brother. Su Tianliang, I'll return your second brother to you. After killing Su Liang, Zhuo Wen didn't stay any longer. With a toss of his right hand, he threw Su Liang's body directly toward Su Tianliang, who was rushing over from afar. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a lightning shadow and disappeared on the spot. With Su Tianliang's cultivation, he naturally saw the scene clearly, especially the scene of Su Liang being killed. He immediately became furious and roared, "Ah! Zhuo Wen, how dare you kill my second brother?" Boom! Su Tianliang waved his right hand. As if the sky and earth changed color, a huge black palm that was hundreds of feet long appeared directly above Zhuo Wen's head from the depths of the void and immediately blasted down. Sensing the abnormality above his head, Zhuo Wen's expression changed slightly. Su Tianliang was still a few hundred miles away, but he was still able to display such a powerful force from such a distance. It seemed that the experts on the Azure Emperor list could not be underestimated. Block it for me. Clenching his teeth, Zhuo Wen tried his best to activate the mental power in his mud pill palace. His mental power converged in the air like a tidal wave and formed an equally huge transparent palm. Then, it clashed with the black palm in the sky. Boom! When the two palms collided, the surrounding space was distorted and collapsed. The astral wind that flowed out of the space crack was like the sharpest blade in the world. It overflowed in all directions and turned the forest below into fine powder. The ground cracked into gravel. Puff! Zhuo Wen's face turned pale and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He was thrown away and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The power of Su Tianliang's casual attack was actually so strong. Fortunately, Zhuowen's mind power was not weak. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still annihilated the huge black palm in the void. Su Tianliang is too strong. He is much stronger than LV Yongsheng. Zhuowen, run quickly. Don't let him catch up with you. Otherwise, you will probably die in his hands today. At this time, Xiao Hei's voice sounded a little anxious. The thunder wings on his back opened and closed, instantly stabilizing his flying figure. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. He stepped into the void and did not dare to exchange blows with Su Tianliang again. The latter's strength was too terrifying. Even if he used all his trump cards now, he was afraid that he would not be a match for him. This mind power is so strong. It has actually surpassed the scope of a third-rank arcanist. Is this kid a fourth-rank arcanist? Su Tianliang, who was behind, also revealed a trace of surprise after seeing the black palm being destroyed. In particular, the huge palm condensed by Zhuowen's mind power just now was not something that an ordinary arcanist could produce. No wonder even second brother was not a match for this kid. He is a fourth-rank arcanist. Su Tianliang's eyes darkened, his face filled with murderous intent. He was well aware of how high the status of a rank 4 arcana master was in the outside world. Unfortunately, this was the origin energy tower. Even if a rank 4 arcana master died inside, the arcana guild wouldn't care. I really didn't expect this kid's talent and mind power to be so terrifying. If I can't kill this kid in the Vitality Tower, it is even more impossible to kill him outside. I must kill this Zhuowen as soon as possible. Su Tianliang's mind was very clear. Zhuowen was only 18 or 19 years old. To be able to become a fourth-rank arcanist at this age meant that his future was limitless. If he was not killed now, there would be no chance at all in the future. Thinking of this, Su Tianliang no longer held back. His figure flashed out like a ghost and instantly closed the distance between them. At this time, he was only a few dozen kilometers away from Zhuowen, and this distance was still slowly shortening. Zhuowen, you can't escape today. Those who kill my Baichuan Marquis residents will never have a good ending. If I, Su Tianliang, catch you, I will make you beg for death. Su Tianliang's face was full of murderous intent as he carried Su Liang's body in his right hand. Su Liang's death was too big a blow to him. After all, this was his only brother. Now that he was dead, how could he let it go? Moreover, Zhuowen's talent also gave him a sense of crisis. This Su Tianliang is really difficult to deal with. Feeling Su Tianliang's aura getting closer and closer behind him, Zhuowen could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Su Tianliang was too strong, giving him a feeling that he could not resist. No. This Su Tianliang is after all a warrior at the peak of the ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. His strength and speed are much faster than mine. In this chase, he will definitely catch up. I must slow him down. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the infinite sword aura surrounding him buzzed. 108 cold sword-shaped spirit treasures turned into countless sword lights and rushed toward Su Tianliang behind him. Revolving Heaven Sword danced 9 consecutive moves. Zhuowen did not hesitate to use the most powerful third sword move of the limitless sword aura, the Heavenly Sword danced 9 consecutive moves. This Su Tianliang's strength was too strong. If Zhuowen did not use his full strength, it was impossible to stop his pursuit. In an instant, countless sword lights filled the air. The cold light was biting cold. Hundreds of feet behind Zhuowen, the sword lights gathered to form a huge sword light domain. A sharp sword chi that penetrated the heavens and the earth shot out, changing the color of the world. Su Tianliang, who was chasing from behind, had a serious expression. Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Just the power of the sword light domain that suddenly appeared made him feel a little tricky. Underworld shadow finger, one finger to shock the heavens and earth. With a cold snort, Su Tianliang stretched out his right index finger and pointed at the void. The surrounding vitality boiled and the space distorted. Above the void behind him, a huge hole suddenly split open. A huge black finger that was nearly 1,000 feet long slowly stretched out. The power of Su Tianliang's dark shadow finger was much stronger than Su Tianliang's. Just the aura of the first finger was already more powerful than the second finger that Su Tianliang had just used. The sword light domain was like countless hurricanes. Wrapped in sharp sword lights, it suddenly blasted toward the huge black finger that was descending from the void. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound rolled out. The surrounding space instantly collapsed. The resulting ripples formed a ring-shaped air wave that overflowed in all directions. A tragic aura surged out. The revolving heaven sword dance 9 consecutive moves was the most powerful move of the infinite sword aura. The sword light trembled slightly, but it did not fall. Instead, the surrounding powerful sword lights continued to cut the huge black finger in the void. Chapter 465. Escape. Su Tianliang's pupils shrank when he saw that the dark shadow finger was instantly destroyed. He did not expect that Zhuowen's sword light domain would be so powerful that it could not even withstand the first finger of the dark shadow finger. The might of an initial grade 4 mental energy coupled with a grade 4 origin array is indeed extraordinary. It actually broke Su Tianliang's dark nether finger. Zhuo Wen, who was fleeing in front, looked at the dissipating dark nether finger and said with a joyful expression. A mere grade 4 origin array dares to stop me. Second finger weeps ghosts and gods. Break it. Just as the dark shadow finger dissipated, Su Tianliang's roar, which was filled with killing intent, resounded through the sky. In an instant, the sky changed color. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the fog was annihilated. A huge hole exploded in the void and a black finger, which was like 1,000 feet tall mountain, slowly emerged from the hole. The 1,000 feet tall finger was surrounded by a strange black gas and countless ghosts were faintly discernible. The terrifying wails of ghosts and howls of wolves resounded through the sky. When the 1,000 feet tall finger appeared, the surrounding thousands of feet of space collapsed, forming countless vacuum zones. The second finger of the dark shadow finger was actually so powerful. Just the aura it revealed could actually collapse space. Bang! 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 The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 1,000 feet tall finger pointed at the void and directly pointed at the countless sword light domain below. The powerful force actually shattered countless black forests below. Countless holes appeared on the ground and the earth cracked. Clang! 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 The sword light domain formed by the revolving heaven sword dance 9 consecutive moves was like a whirlpool in water. The spiraling power strangled all the surrounding space. Countless sword lights flickered and the sound of metal clashing continuously resounded. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 feet tall finger and the sword light domain collided. The surroundings immediately collapsed and a ring-shaped black hole appeared. A powerful suction force was continuously transmitted from the black hole. Buzz! A shrill sword howl resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the sword light domain that covered an extremely wide area actually collapsed directly. Countless sword lights dispersed and transformed into 108 sword-shaped spirit treasures that had a dim luster, and they wailed in unison before flying back into Zhuo Wen's Qingkun pouch. Zhuo Wen's mind trembled violently when his infinite sword force was thwarted. He let out a muffled groan as a trace of cherry-red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't dare to stay here any longer as he turned into a lightning shadow and fled forward again. Zhuowen! You can't escape. Although your mental energy is at the initial grade 4 spirit realm, if you meet an ordinary three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm warrior, you would not be in such a sorry state. But unfortunately, you met me. Seeing Zhuo Wen spurting out blood and fleeing, Su Tianliang laughed heartily. Then, he stamped his foot on the void, and continued to chase after Zhuo Wen like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Originally, the two of them were several hundred feet apart. But, Zhuo Wen's speed had obviously decreased because the sword light domain had been broken. In 3 breaths, the two of them were only 50 feet apart. Zhuo Wen, who was in front, could even hear the rustling of Su Tianliang's clothes fluttering behind him. That sound directly made Zhuo Wen's scalp tingle. Boy, Su Tianliang is less than 50 feet away from you. Now, you must use your last natal talisman to completely stop him. Xiao Hei's dignified voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. He had just obtained the natal talisman not long ago. Unexpectedly, he had to use it consecutively today. This naturally made Zhuo Wen feel extremely pained. Whoosh! Su Tianliang leaped again and closed the distance between him and Zhuo Wen. This distance was slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. 50 feet. 40 feet. 30 feet. 20 feet. 10 feet, boy. Don't use your natal talisman. Otherwise, if you are really caught by Su Tianliang, even if you use it, it will be useless. Xiao Hei's voice became somewhat exasperated and even a little cold. AI. Got it. Feeling that the aura behind him was extremely close, Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with helplessness. His right hand took out a golden talisman that appeared in his palm. Immediately, Zhuo Wen directly crushed it. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out. A golden barrier instantly appeared behind Zhuo Wen. Golden light overflowed in all directions. It was as hard as steel and surging aura constantly flowed out. What is this? Su Tianliang was caught off guard and directly crashed into the golden barrier. He could not help but take a few steps back and his pupils slightly shrank. Humph! No matter what this is, break it for me. With a cold snort, Su Tianliang's right hand formed into a claw. Boundless heaven and earth energy swept out and slammed into the golden barrier in front of him. With a rumble, the golden barrier collapsed and turned into countless rays of golden light. Boom! 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 Su Tianliang was like a hot knife through butter. It was almost as if he could directly shatter the golden barrier in front of him with a single claw. This scene caused Zhuo Wen's heart to beat wildly. The golden barrier formed by the natal talisman was extremely powerful. It was enough to trap an early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, in Su Tianliang's hands, it was like tofu and shattered with a single claw. This truly caused Zhuo Wen's jaw to drop. Whoosh! After shattering all the golden barriers, Su Tianliang's momentum did not decrease. He directly swept towards Zhuo Wen at a speed that was even faster than before. He did not want to play a game of cat and mouse with Zhuo Wen anymore. He wanted to capture Zhuo Wen alive as soon as possible. Humph! A life talisman amulet does not only have this much power. Su Tianliang's strength caused Zhuo Wen's pupils to shrink. He hurriedly formed a series of seals with both hands. The golden talisman in his hand burned like fire and turned into a rain of light. The dense rain of light condensed above the void and finally turned into a golden figure that resembled a god descending to the mortal world. This was the move that Lu Che had used before. Boom! As soon as the golden figure appeared, he took a step in the void. His right fist formed streaks of blazing golden light. It was like a small sun as it blasted towards Su Tianliang who was behind him. Get lost! Su Tianliang's face was full of impatience. After chasing Zhuo Wen for so many times to no avail, Su Tianliang had gradually lost his patience. Now that he saw the golden figure recklessly provoking him, he was naturally infuriated. His right hand formed into a claw and Su Tianliang directly grabbed at the golden figure's fist. Boom! Countless forces flew and the space shattered into a vacuum. Su Tianliang's face changed slightly. The power of the golden figure was somewhat beyond his imagination. He could not help but take a few steps back. The golden figure was much more miserable than Su Tianliang. His right arm was directly shattered into countless golden lights. He was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away before he could barely stand still. Seeing this scene, Zhuowen's face became even more unsightly. Previously, Zhuowen had worked himself to death to barely defeat the golden figure. However, Su Tianliang's ordinary blow caused such severe damage to the golden figure. This made Zhuowen's heart sink slightly. I have to directly stimulate all the potential of the golden figure. Otherwise, I can't block it at all. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen pinched his sword finger with his right hand. The surging power of heaven and earth poured into the body of the golden figure in the void like a tide. The golden figure roared to the sky. Golden light burst out from his body like a scorching sun and gradually grew. 1 foot. 2 feet. 3 feet. 100 feet. 200 feet. 300 feet. 500 feet. In the end, the golden figure turned into a 500 feet tall golden giant. It was like a vast mountain. Every step it took caused the entire valley to shake. With a wave of its hand, the forest below was turned into powder. Its power was vast and mighty. Go! After stimulating the potential of the golden figure, Zhuowen did not stop. The thunder wings on his back suddenly opened and closed. He directly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Zhuowen! You can't escape. Su Tianliang roared angrily. He stomped his foot and wanted to chase after Zhuowen. Unfortunately, the golden giant would not let him do as he wished. Boom! The mountain-like golden fist directly crossed in front of Su Tianliang. The golden light burst and turned into countless light rain that enveloped Su Tianliang. Get out of my way! Seeing that Zhuowen was about to disappear from his sight, Su Tianliang's face was ferocious. He pointed his right finger and shouted, 1 finger shocks the world, 2 fingers weep ghosts and gods. Die, die, die. Boundless vital chi surged, and 2 cracks appeared in the void. 2 mountain-like black fingers appeared and descended with a rumble, directly bombarding the golden giant's body, blasting it into countless rays of golden light. Whoosh! After dealing with the golden giant cleanly, Su Tianliang's eyes were red. He stomped his foot on the void and directly chased in the direction of Zhuowen's escape. In the dense forest thousands of miles away, Su Tianliang stomped his foot and stopped. He looked around and his face became more ferocious. Because when he arrived here, Zhuowen's aura had disappeared directly, as if it had never appeared. Ah! Su Tianliang roared to the sky. Countless black vital chi burst out from his body. Like a huge mountain, it directly descended. The dense forest thousands of feet below directly turned into tragic ruins. Zhuowen! You can't escape. No matter where you go, as long as you are still in the Vital Chi Tower, you will be hunted down endlessly by me, Su Tianliang. You are dead. A thunderous voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Su Tianliang's gloomy eyes swept the area below. He stomped his foot and directly left the place. However, Su Tianliang did not notice that in the ruins below, there was an insignificant small stone that did not turn into powder under the energy just now. Instead, it was intact. If he had noticed it, he might have suspected that there was something wrong with the stone. It seems that Su Tianliang has really left. A weak voice rang out from within the pebble. Shortly after, the pebble began to expand. In the end, it transformed into a black castle that was dozens of meters tall. This black castle was the Nether Castle that Zhuowen had obtained from the Nether King. The Netherworld castle's sturdiness was comparable to an earthly soul treasure. Although Su Tianliang's large-scale attack was powerful, it was not enough to destroy the Netherworld castle. Thanks to the Netherworld castle's ability to shrink and enlarge. If I didn't hide in the castle, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape Su Tianliang's search. Chapter 466. A gloomy Su Chan. The enormous worldly monolith stood silently on the platform at the top of the mountain. Countless figures moved about on the platform, their gazes focused on the monolith. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 rays of golden light rose from the surface of the monolith like scorching suns before quickly dimming. The location of the golden light was the heaven stage region. Whoosh! The sudden change on the worldly monolith caused an uproar on the platform. What's going on? Why are there 3 rays of golden light rising from the heaven stage region? Did another 3 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators die? This is getting stranger and stranger. In the past battles for the Origin Chi Tower, those who reached the Ultimate Emperor Realm basically never died in the Dark Forest. After all, as long as they were careful, they should be able to pass through the Dark Forest without a hitch. That's right. This time is really strange. Including Chu Bakeng, Lu Che, and these 3 people, there are probably 4 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators who have already died. I wonder who these 3 people are. The golden light receded, revealing the names of Su Qian, Su Ri, and Su Yen. Behind their names were the forces of the House of Baichuan. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air rose one after another from the crowd on the platform. Soon after, everyone rubbed their eyes and stared closely at the words House of Marquis Baichuan behind Su Qian's name. After confirming that they did not see wrongly, the originally restless crowd suddenly became noisy and restless. They're actually from the House of Baichuan. I never thought that the geniuses who died this time would be from the House of Baichuan. This is too inconceivable. That's right. Moreover, 3 second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm geniuses had died in one go. This was a little too shocking. I know that Su Qian. I heard that he's an extremely powerful genius even in the House of Baichuan. He's a mid-Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. What? A second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. How could a cultivator with such strength die in the Dark Forest? Who could be so fierce as to kill Su Qian? Crack. Su Chan, who was standing in front of the group and chatting with the other 4 magnates, clenched his right fist when he saw the 3 names on the Heaven and Earth tablet. The smile on his face froze. Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, Xian Yuanli, and Qin Nye also noticed the strange expression on Su Chang's face. Their gazes shifted slightly and gathered on the worldly monolith. When they saw Su Qian and the other 2's names dim down, they were stunned and frowned slightly. They naturally knew Su Qian and the other 2. All 3 of them possessed pretty good natural talent in Marquis Baichuan's estate, especially Su Qian. He was only 23 years old, yet he'd already reached the mid-second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. He could be considered as a genius that Marquis Baichuan's estate had focused on nurturing. However, the 3 of them had fallen at the same time. Naturally, the 5 of them were puzzled. Although the Dark Forest was indeed filled with danger, any second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would be able to pass through the Dark Forest smoothly if they were careful. However, they were surprised that all 3 of them had died in the Dark Forest. Su Qian was a mid-second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, and Su Ri and Su Yen were both early second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. How could the 3 of them have died together? Could they have been killed? Su Chang said in a heavy voice. Su Chang's face was extremely gloomy right now. Although Marquis Baichuan's estate was one of the 5 superpowers of the provincial capital, it was still difficult to nurture a second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, especially one who was so young and talented. It was even more exhausting. Now that 3 of them had died, Su Chang naturally felt pained. At the same time, he was furious. He knew that the dark forest alone wasn't enough to kill the 3 of them. The only possibility was that they had been killed. Brother Su, are you so sure that the 3 of them were killed? And not died in the dark forest? Lu Nantian frowned slightly. Brother Lu. Has any of the geniuses of our 5 superpowers died in the dark forest in the past? Su Chang asked in a low voice. Lu Nantian was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. No one has died in the dark forest, but we can't rule out accidents. After all, anything can happen in the dark forest. Humph. Brother Lu, you don't have to comfort me. Our 5 superpowers know the dark forest better than anyone else. I've even prepared many routes to the Mountain of Trials. As long as Su Qian and the others followed the routes, they wouldn't have encountered any danger. Humph, now that they've died, they must have been killed by someone, Su Chang said in a hoarse voice. Lu Nantian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Chang was right, but what surprised him was that cultivators generally wouldn't get into a conflict in the dark forest. After all, the cultivators' goal was basically to reach the Mountain of Trials. Getting into a conflict in the dark forest ahead of time wasn't beneficial. Your Marquis of Baichuan's residence's Su Qian is at the mid-ultimate emperor stage. He's not weak, and there aren't many people who can kill him. Su Qian, Su Ri, and Su Yan died at the same time. Obviously, the 3 of them were together at the time. Being able to kill the 3 of them in one fell swoop isn't something an ordinary person can do, the master of the meteorite nodded. Humph. I'll investigate. How dare you kill people from my Marquis of Baichuan's residence? If I find out, Su Chang, won't show any mercy, Su Chang snorted coldly. Whoosh! As soon as Su Chang finished speaking, a blazing golden light burst out from the worldly monolith. When the golden light dimmed, the name displayed appeared in everyone's eyes. The entire platform fell silent. This was because the person who died this time was extremely powerful and famous. He was the second genius of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, and also the second son of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, Su Liang. The silence only lasted for a moment before a heated uproar suddenly broke out. It even reached an unprecedented climax. Everyone had already realized that something was wrong. Even Su Liang has died. That's too shocking. Su Liang is a mid-ultimate emperor stage cultivator and the second genius of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. How could he die just like that? Su Liang and Su Qian actually died one after another. With how cautious they were, they probably didn't die in the dark forest. It's very likely that they were killed by someone. Killed by someone? Su Liang's group of 4 could be considered top-notch existences amongst all the geniuses in this Origin Chi Tower battle. How many people can kill them? Everyone had already realized that it was very likely that Su Liang's group of 4 had been killed by someone. However, what level of strength did the murderer possess to be able to kill Su Liang's group of 4? So many people started to guess the identity of the murderer. Of course, the identity of the murderer was basically locked onto by everyone as one of the 5 super forces. After all, it was impossible for the other forces to have geniuses of such strength apart from the geniuses of the 5 super forces. Su Chang, who was at the front of the group, was stunned on the spot after seeing Su Liang's death. His hands trembled as he roared in a low voice, "Don't let me find you. Once I find you, I'll make you beg for death." Lu Nantian's group of 4 silently looked at the ferocious Marquis of Baichuan without saying a word. Marquis Baichuan's emotions were extremely unstable right now, so they didn't dare to provoke him. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled. Who would be so bold as to kill Su Liang's group of 4? Whoosh! In the dark forest, a ghostly figure flashed past, shuttling through the forest at lightning speed. When the figure arrived at an open space, he took a step and stopped. In the middle of the open space, Hong Lian was silently sitting cross-legged to heal her injuries. When she saw someone come over, her expression immediately became nervous and she shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhuowen." A clear voice sounded. In the shadows of the dense forest, a figure with a bloody spear on his back slowly walked out. It was Zhuowen who had rushed back. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was extremely pale and bloodless. There was even a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhuowen. After seeing that it was Zhuowen, Hong Lian let out a sigh of relief. However, after seeing Zhuowen's complexion, she hurriedly came to Zhuowen's side and asked, "Are you all right? Just now, I saw you go out to chase after Su Liang. You made a lot of noise. What happened in the end?" Forcefully suppressing the injuries in his body, Zhuowen said indifferently, "Su Liang has been killed by me." Hearing this, Hong Lian's beautiful eyes trembled. Although she knew that Su Liang was no longer a match for Zhuowen after knowing that Zhuowen was a grade 4 arcana master, her heart still trembled when she heard the news of Su Liang's death. You should be a grade 4 arcana master. With Su Liang's strength, he shouldn't be able to injure you like this, right? Looking at Zhuowen's weak appearance, Hong Lian asked cautiously. I met Su Tianliang. Well, I need to recuperate first. Don't disturb me. After I suppress the injuries in my body, I will take you to see Miss Clear Lotus. With that, Zhuowen did not waste his breath. He found a place at random, sat down cross-legged, and began to recuperate silently. Su Tianliang's strength was too strong. Although he had escaped from the former's pursuit with great difficulty, the injuries in his body were extremely serious. His internal organs were almost ruptured and bleeding, and dozens of bones in his body were broken. If he did not have the heart of Hades, which had an extremely abnormal recovery ability, he would have died long ago. It was even more impossible for him to survive until Hong Lian arrived. Su Tianliang. I won't let this matter rest so easily. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhuowen sat down cross-legged and began to use the recovery ability of the Heart of Hades to heal the damaged organs and internal injuries in his body. Su Tianliang. Hong Lian was stunned. She did not expect that Zhuowen would encounter Su Tianliang on the way. Moreover, looking at Zhuowen's current appearance, although quite miserable, he rushed back in one piece. Obviously, Zhuowen had escaped from Su Tianliang's hands. To be able to escape from Su Tianliang's hands, how strong is Zhuowen? Chapter 467. Two Wheels, Mid-Ultimate Emperor stage. In the pitch-black night, the dark forest was filled with chilly winds and black mist, creating a mournful and eerie atmosphere. The surging bonfire was like a bright lamp in the darkness, flickering and pulsing. It seemed somewhat warm and cozy in this silent night. A beautiful figure gently stirred the bonfire with her slender hands. Her quick-witted eyes glanced at an empty space to her right from time to time. There was undisguised worry in the depths of her eyes. There was a slender figure quietly sitting cross-legged there. It's been 8 hours, but Zhuowen doesn't seem to have moved at all. Could something have happened to him? Hong Lian muttered worriedly as she absent-mindedly stirred the bonfire. Ever since Zhuowen had saved her, killed Su Liang, and escaped from Su Tianliang's clutches, Red Lotus had unconsciously revered this man who was about the same age as her. After all, Red Lotus was only in the prime of her youth. She always had many beautiful fantasies in her mind. Zhuowen was the same age as her, but he possessed such strength. Moreover, he had saved her from Su Liang's hands. This naturally caused Hong Lian to have a favorable impression of Zhuowen. It was this favorable impression that caused Hong Lian's eyes to involuntarily gather on that slender figure. I wonder what type of girl Zhuowen likes. What am I thinking? It's too embarrassing. Hong Lian couldn't help muttering to herself as she stared at Zhuowen's back. However, when she realized that she had misspoken, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Her large eyes secretly glanced at Zhuowen's back. She only sighed softly when she discovered that Zhuowen didn't seem to have noticed. Boom! Just as Red Lotus was blushing and letting her imagination run wild, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged out. Like a tide, it enveloped the entire open space. What a powerful aura! This aura, is Zhuowen about to break through? Hong Lian was startled. She turned her beautiful eyes and stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. This extremely powerful aura was coming from Zhuowen, and she was no stranger to this aura. It was the aura that erupted when one broke through. This powerful aura came and went quickly. When it was completely withdrawn, Zhuowen, who had been sitting motionless, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as the stars, bright and full of spirit, as if he could see through the vicissitudes of the world. Breakthrough. Under the stimulation of a life and death crisis, I actually unknowingly made a breakthrough in the process of healing. Everything happened naturally. Feeling the surging aura in his body, Zhuowen showed a happy smile. It seemed that being chased by Su Tianliang was not all bad. Zhuowen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the early stage of the second will extreme emperor realm. Due to the stimulation of his life and death situation, breaking through to the mid-stage of the second will extreme emperor realm was only natural. Zhuowen. Congratulations, you've actually broken through. Hong Lian had suddenly arrived before Zhuowen at some point in time. Her lively eyes stared straight at Zhuowen's handsome face. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile, as if she was even happier about Zhuowen's breakthrough than she was about her own. Zhuowen was slightly surprised by the intimate smile on the girl's pretty face. It seemed that he had not interacted much with Hong Lian, so why was she treating him like he was an acquaintance? As if she felt Zhuowen's gaze that was sizing her up, a wisp of red appeared on Hong Lian's fair face, and she revealed the posture of a little woman. She lowered her head and clasped her hands together, and she became slightly bashful. Zhuowen naturally didn't know what Red Lotus was thinking. In addition to the joy of breaking through, he didn't care about Red Lotus's attitude. Instead, he nodded and said, "Now that my injuries are mostly healed, I'll bring you to find Miss Clear Lotus now." The bashfulness on Hong Lian's face immediately vanished when she heard that he was looking for Qing Lian. She wrapped her arms around Zhuowen's shoulders and said urgently, "You're right. We have to find senior sister Qing Lian quickly. She's done too much for me." Whether it was intentional or not, a shockingly soft feeling passed through Zhuowen's arms and into his nerves, causing his heart to skip a beat. As if she could feel the awkward expression on Zhuowen's face, Hong Lian realized that her actions were a little inappropriate. She cried out softly and quickly let go of Zhuowen's shoulders. She lowered her head with a red face, not daring to look at Zhuowen. Looking at Hong Lian's attitude, Zhuowen could faintly guess Hong Lian's thoughts. Hong Lian was young and looked inexperienced. When she was at her most desperate and lonely moment, Zhuowen appeared and saved her. This was undoubtedly a bright light in the darkness, causing Hong Lian to be filled with hope. It was this hope that caused Hong Lian to have an unusually good impression of Zhuowen. There was even a trace of dependence. Shaking his head, Zhuowen threw away the wild thoughts in his mind. His heart was now filled with Mu Qinxue. He only wanted to enter the Divine Academy as soon as possible and meet the beauty. However, this journey was extremely long, so Zhuowen was not in the mood to talk about love. "Let's go. Miss Qing Lian is not too far away from here. We should be able to reach her place in about an hour." Taking another look at Hong Lian, Zhuowen took a slight step and directly rushed towards Qing Lian's location with Hong Lian. Due to the fact that he had the reverse spirit puppet, Zhuowen basically followed the connection between his mind and the reverse spirit puppet to find Qing Lian's location. He did not take any detours in the process and quickly arrived at the open space where Qing Lian was. At this moment, in the corner of the open space, Qing Lian was sitting on the ground uneasily. Although Zhuowen was quite strong, Su Liang was not so easy to deal with. Therefore, she was still extremely anxious and worried in her heart. Although she was extremely worried in her heart, what made her helpless was that her injuries were too serious. Now, when she activated the heaven and earth energy in her body, she could feel a blocking force. It could be said that she did not have the strength to truss a chicken. It was useless even if she rushed over. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the reverse spirit puppet that had been guarding her not far away. She knew that as long as the puppet was fine, it meant that Zhuowen was not dead. The worry in her heart lessened a lot. She muttered to herself, I hope that Zhuowen can save junior sister Hong Lian from Su Liang's hands. Rustle rustle. The light sound of clothes rubbing against leaves slowly rang out. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes shrank slightly. Her eyes, which were originally filled with sadness and worry, suddenly became sharp. She turned her head slightly and coldly said, Who is it? I have already discovered you. Why are you still not coming out? Senior sister. It's us. A clear voice came from the darkness. Immediately, a fiery red figure quickly rushed over and instantly pounced on Qing Lian. It was Hong Lian who had rushed over. Hong Lian. Is it really you? When she saw this fiery red figure, the coldness in Qing Lian's eyes slowly dissipated. The corners of her mouth even revealed a trace of surprise and adoration. She patted Hong Lian's shoulder, and her face was filled with an excited smile. Zhuowen, thank you so much. I really did not expect that you could actually save Hong Lian from Su Liang. It seems that our Jade Lady Star Court owes you a favor. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Her gaze converged on the slender figure in the shadows of the forest behind her. Her pretty face was filled with gratitude and admiration. Miss Qing Lian is too polite. I already owe you a few favors. It is only natural that I help you. Zhuowen slowly walked out of the shadows. His slightly handsome face was filled with a tranquil smile. His somewhat deep and gentle eyes looked directly at Qing Lian. Looking at Zhuowen's eyes that were as deep as the starry sky, Qing Lian could not help but shift her beautiful eyes slightly. A trace of an alluring crimson blush appeared on her cheeks. Fortunately, Qing Lian was a calm and steady person. She quickly concealed the unnaturalness on her face and said with a smile, Actually, I only helped you because I valued your potential. Now, it seems that my investment back then was really the right one. Whether it is an investment or a sincere one, as long as you help me, Zhuowen, Zhuowen, will naturally repay you. This is my principle. Zhuowen shook his head seriously. From Zhuowen's point of view, help was help. No matter what the other party's intentions were, at least the other party had extended a helping hand to him. In that case, this was kindness. Kindness was as heavy as a mountain. No matter how heavy it was, Zhuowen would remember this kindness and repay it. Senior sister. Brother Zhuowen is very powerful. He was the one who killed Su Liang and saved me. Red Lotus also stared at Zhuowen and said with a smile. Yes. Zhuowen is indeed powerful. Being able to save you from Su Liang's hands is not something an ordinary person can do. What? Su Liang is dead. Originally, Qing Lian wanted to agree with Red Lotus' words. However, she seemed to have realized something. Her beautiful eyes stared at Red Lotus and exclaimed. Yes. Brother Zhuowen killed him with his own hands. That's right. Brother Zhuowen is also a level 4 Arcana Master. He killed Su Liang by relying on his powerful mind power. Seeing Qing Lian's surprised gaze, Red Lotus' face also revealed an excited smile. She looked as if she was recounting her glorious deeds. She seemed proud and happy. What? A level 4 Arcana Master. This time, Qing Lian was really shocked. She turned her head and her pupils shrank as she stared at the smiling young man in front of her. Her heart was in a mess. Originally, in her opinion, Zhuowen being able to save Red Lotus from Su Liang's hands was already extremely amazing. However, she did not expect that Zhuowen would be able to kill Su Liang directly. Moreover, he was a level 4 Arcana Master. This shocking fact naturally made Qing Lian feel a trace of disbelief. She knew much more than anyone else about the rarity and nobility of a level 4 Arcana Master. Although their status was not comparable to that of a noble, their reputation was greater than that of a noble and they were more revered by many warriors. However, how old was this young man in front of her? He was only 18 or 19 years old. Being able to become a level 3 Arcana Master at this age was already shocking. However, Zhuowen had directly become a level 4 Arcana Master. Red Lotus seemed to be very satisfied with Qing Lian's expression. She giggled and continued, not only that, Brother Zhuowen even met Su Tianliang and escaped from his hands. Escaped from Su Tianliang's hands? This. Chapter 468. Entering the trial mountain with a wry smile, Qing Lian finally realized that from the beginning to the end, she had completely failed to recognize the strength of the young man in front of her. She didn't know why, but Zhuowen always gave her a hazy feeling. She clearly thought that she had seen through Zhuowen, but in the next moment, she would discover that she was actually very wrong. In fact, she had never seen through Zhuowen. Zhuowen may be the biggest dark horse in this battle for the Vitality Tower. Withdrawing her gaze, Qing Lian sighed and muttered to herself. Glancing at Qing Lian imperceptibly, Zhuowen found that although Qing Lian's injuries were quite serious, they were actually not too big of a problem. With the secret medicine of their Jade Lady Starcourt, she would be able to fully recover in 3 days. Nodding, Zhuowen said with a faint smile, Qing Lian, Hong Lian, the two of you don't seem to have any serious problems, so I am relieved. Therefore, I plan to part ways here. Since he had already solved the problem of Qing Lian and Hong Lian, Zhuowen naturally did not intend to go to the trial mountain with them. After all, the two of them were going to different passages. Sooner or later, they would part ways. Qing Lian and Hong Lian revealed a sliver of disappointment when they heard this. However, Qing Lian was comparatively more composed. She smiled and said, Zhuowen, it's all thanks to you for saving my life this time. I will remember this kindness. Nodding his head, Zhuowen suddenly said solemnly, regarding the matter of me killing Su Liang, I hope the two of you won't reveal it. Although Su Tianliang already knows about this matter, with Su Tianliang's character, he won't publicize this matter. So as long as you don't say it, not too many people will know about it. Otherwise, it will cause trouble. Hearing this, the two women nodded seriously. Qing Lian cautiously said, Zhuowen, you can rest assured. I will never reveal this matter. Also, you have to be careful of Su Tianliang. This person's methods and character are extremely sinister. You'd better be on guard. I know. Slightly nodding his head, Zhuowen waved his hand at the two girls. Taking a step forward, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from where he was, heading straight for the trial mountain. There was only half a month left until the trial mountain opened. He had to hurry over. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, a hint of disappointment appeared on Hong Lian's pretty face. She sighed softly and said, why did big brother Zhuowen leave so quickly? He can go through the dark forest with us, and it won't be too late to part ways then. Silly girl. Zhuowen, he is actually helping us. Now that he has provoked Su Tianliang must be frantically searching for him in the dark forest. If the three of us go together, the target is too big, and the probability of being discovered by Su Tianliang is much higher. Speaking of which, Zhuowen wants to bear Su Tianliang's anger alone. As she spoke, Qing Lian stared at the departing figure with a complicated gaze. She sighed softly. With her meticulous mind, how could she not see through Zhuowen's purpose in hurrying to separate? It was just that she did not expose him. Ah! Big brother Zhuowen, he is doing this for us. Hong Lian suddenly realized, and the disappointment on her pretty face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a sweet smile and a trace of worry. Time passed day by day, and the number of cultivators in the dark forest became fewer and fewer. Most of them had already rushed to the entrance of the training mountain and were waiting outside. 10 days later, on the branch of a towering tree at the edge of the dark forest, a slender figure stood quietly. He raised his head slightly and looked straight at the huge training mountain that almost reached the clouds in front of him. His face revealed a trace of emotion. I finally arrived at the training mountain. This time, the dark forest was not easy. Looking at the training mountain not far away, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of a smile. After separating from Qing Lian and Qing Lian, Zhuowen rushed to the training mountain without stopping. Because of Xiao He, Zhuowen's speed was almost as fast as it could be. He did not stop at all along the way, and because it was Xiao He's divine sense, Zhuowen deliberately avoided Su Tianliang's vicinity and tried to stay as far away from Su Tianliang as possible. Because of this, after passing through the dark forest, Zhuowen did not encounter Su Tianliang, who was still searching in the dark forest. Outside the dark forest was a vast plain. At the end of the plain was the vast training mountain, quietly standing between the heavens and the earth. In the plain, Zhuowen even saw many flashing figures. Obviously, they were all cultivators who had come out of the dark forest. I really don't know what kind of good things will be in this training mountain. It would be best if there is a monarch rank body tempering technique. With a grin, Zhuowen also flew through the plain towards the training mountain. After about half an hour, Zhuowen had already arrived at the foot of the training mountain. There was a huge stone arch at the foot of the trial mountain. The arch was completely white and translucent, and there was a plaque at the top of the arch. On the plaque, the words, North 99, were written in calligraphy. It was the passage that Zhuowen wanted to go to. Thousands of miles away from the training mountain, there were similar stone arches. These two arches should be the passages North 98 and North 100. In front of the stone arch was a medium-sized open space. At this time, there were many people gathered in the open space. At a glance, there should be nearly 100 people, each with an extraordinary aura. It seems that these people are the same as me. The bamboo sticks they drew are all North 99. The trial mountain will open in 5 days, so I'll just wait here for 5 days. After casually glancing at the people in the open space, Zhuowen found a corner as if nothing had happened and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He had no intention of paying attention to the others. With Zhuowen's current mental strength, he discovered that the strongest of the 100 people here was only a late First Will Ultimate King Realm cultivator. Most of them were half-step Ultimate King Realm cultivators. There was no one worthy of his attention at all. Zhuowen's arrival naturally attracted the gazes of everyone in the open space. When they sensed the aura on Zhuowen's body, their pupils constricted. Extreme fear appeared in their eyes. A second will Ultimate King Realm cultivator. This person is actually a second will Ultimate King Realm cultivator. How unlucky. We've actually been assigned to this passage. Won't it be difficult to get the good stuff then? I know this person. I think he's Zhuowen from Rattan Armor City. I saw him during the World Monolith test. He left a deep impression on me. Now that you mention it, you're right. What's the background of Rattan Armor City? It's clearly just a low-level city. How did they nurture a second will Ultimate King Realm cultivator? And isn't this Zhuowen a little too young? He doesn't look older than 20 at all. I can only say that this person is a monster. The main reason he's able to develop so much in a low-level city is probably because of his terrifying talent. The gazes of the other cultivators in the open space all converged on Zhuowen as they discussed animatedly. The originally silent open space was now quite noisy. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the sun slowly rose into the sky, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He stared straight at the stone arch in front of him. He knew that the trial mountain was about to open. The other cultivators in the open space also stared at the stone arch with burning gazes. They all stood up, eager to give it a try. Their expressions were excited. It's finally opening. The treasures on the trial mountain are much more numerous than on the first floor of the Origin Chi Tower. As long as you can go deep into the mountain, the rewards will be extremely generous. There were even quite a few cultivators who couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Although their voices weren't loud, cultivators naturally heard them clearly with their powerful hearing. Dong! The distant sound of a bell echoed in everyone's ears. Soon after, a deep and solemn voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The trial mountain has opened. Participants outside the passage, come in. Creak. As the voice faded, the originally tightly shut stone arch split open from the middle. What appeared in front of everyone was a pitch-black darkness. No one knew where this darkness led to. Let's go. The stone arch is already open, what are we waiting for? As soon as the stone arch opened, someone couldn't help but step forward. He directly turned into a wisp of smoke and shot into the darkness. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With the first person's attempt, the remaining cultivators couldn't wait any longer. They all used their movement techniques and rushed into the depths of the arch like a swarm of locusts. The stone arch is so deep that I can't see the bottom. My mental energy can't find out what's inside. Zhuowen was somewhat bewildered as he stared at the pitch-black darkness behind the arched door. The moment the arched door opened, he had already stealthily sent his mental energy into the shape of a needle. However, what surprised him was that the pitch-black darkness seemed to have no end as it pulled his mental energy deeper and deeper. It's not that you can't see the bottom, but there is a space-time restriction behind the arch. This restriction is extremely powerful. Once you enter the arch, you will be transported to a certain place inside the trial mountain by the space-time restriction. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. It even sounded a little excited and amazed. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded his head in relief. Since Xiao Hei said that it was fine, he didn't have to worry anymore. With a step, he immediately disappeared into the arch. When Zhuowen entered the arch, he actually felt as if he had entered a swamp. His body became a little sluggish, and even his thoughts slowed down by many times. This discovery immediately shocked Zhuowen. Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon of space-time travel. Once this space-time restriction has completely transported you into the trial mountain, your situation will completely disappear. Xiao Hei's calm voice sounded in his ear, causing Zhuowen's originally restless heart to calm down. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hei said, this space-time disordered feeling only lasted for a while. Soon after, Zhuowen returned to normal. When his feet touched the thick ground, Zhuowen looked around and found that he was in a rather narrow tunnel. Torches were neatly lit on both sides of the tunnel. The dim yellow light pulled Zhuowen's shadow long. I heard Lu Nantian say that there are countless tunnels in the trial mountain, and each tunnel is different. It seems that I have been transported to one of them. After looking at the tunnel, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Kid! The inside of the trial mountain is a huge maze. The only thing you can do is to continuously move forward and break through all obstacles to find the correct path. Xiao Hei suddenly said. Chapter 469. Green Hell Origin Zhuowen's figure swiftly shuttled through the tunnel as the natural energy within his body rapidly circulated. His body gradually tensed up as waves of powerful energy adhered to the surface of his body, just like countless squirming loaches. The training mountain was fraught with danger, and Lu Nantian had solemnly warned him before. Therefore, Zhuowen had no choice but to be cautious and not fail miserably at such an easy task. Zhuowen's figure flashed past at lightning speed. Approximately several minutes later, the seemingly endless tunnel finally came to an end. At the end of the tunnel, a large bronze door slowly appeared in Zhuowen's line of sight. Zhuowen took a deep breath as he gazed at the door. He knew that once he blasted open the bronze door, he would have to begin a difficult fight. Moreover, he would have to fight against the top geniuses of Muqin County. There was no turning back on this path, and he could only charge all the way to the end. Bang! Zhuowen's gaze gradually turned stern. Soon after, he stomped his foot and viciously punched the bronze door in front of him. Immediately, a sharp ear-piercing sound rang out. Traces of cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the bronze door. When the cracks spread to the edges, the large bronze door directly exploded, causing countless fragments to swirl in the air. However, before they could approach Zhuowen, they were all blasted to smithereens by his strength. After smashing the bronze door with a punch, Zhuowen stepped in. Behind the bronze door was an extremely spacious hall. The surface of the hall was made from bronze, giving off an icy cold feeling. Zhuowen's footsteps moved as he slowly walked towards the hall. After which, his footsteps came to a halt as his eyes narrowed as he stared at the center of the hall. All he saw was a rectangular stone platform at the center of the hall. At the top of the stone platform was a palm-sized brocade box. Swoosh! A ray of light scattered down from the top of the hall, transforming into 5 large words. Zhuowen's gaze was naturally attracted by the 5 large words as he involuntarily muttered, "Green Hell Origin Fruit." It seems that the brocade box on the stone platform contains the Azure Darkness Primordial Fruit. Although this green dark immemorial fruit is only a 4th grade spirit medicine, it is one of the best among 4th grade spirit medicines. It has the effect of increasing the 5 senses. It can be considered a rather rare spirit medicine. Xiao Hei's surprised voice sounded in his mind. Zhuowen had a rather good understanding of the primordial Azure Darkness fruit. It was indeed as Xiao Hei had said. The primordial Azure Darkness fruit was extremely rare, and its effects were special. It did not increase one's origin power or heal injuries. Instead, it increased the sensitivity of one's 5 senses. A martial artist's essence, force and injuries could be increased and healed, but the 5 senses were innate. Generally, it was very difficult to increase them. And the sharpness of the 5 senses would undoubtedly increase a martial artist's perception of some dangers in the outside world, thus allowing them to make the appropriate response. Compared to essence energy, the 5 senses were actually more important to a martial artist. After all, a martial artist with powerful 5 senses, even if his strength was weak, could still rely on his keen senses to sense danger in advance and turn misfortune into fortune. Therefore, in a sense, the primordial Azure Darkness fruit was more precious than ordinary 5th grade spirit medicines. It was an existence worth fighting over in the outside world. Therefore, after Zhuowen saw the words on the stone platform, his gaze immediately became much more fervent. This kind of spirit medicine that increased the 5 senses was extremely attractive to him. Boy! There is a layer of extremely hard restriction around the stone platform. This restriction is extremely powerful and is not something you can break, Xiao Hei suddenly said. Restriction? Hearing this, Zhuowen also noticed that the surface of the stone platform was indeed covered with a layer of colorful flowing light. This layer of barrier flickered with a multicolored brilliance. Upon closer inspection, it was rather gorgeous and colorful. Is it really as exaggerated as you say? Frowning slightly, Zhuowen was somewhat doubtful. He took a step forward and his right fist was already ready to strike. Accompanied by a strong wind, it whistled towards the restriction barrier in front of him. Thump thump thump. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen involuntarily retreated a few dozen steps. He rubbed the web between his thumb and forefinger and stared in shock at the undamaged barrier in front of him. Not even a ripple had appeared on the barrier. His expression became somewhat unsightly. What a powerful restriction. I can't move it at all. He shook his head helplessly. Ha! You really are a country bumpkin. Those who come from low-level cities are all so ignorant. You actually used your fists to break the restriction on the stone platform. How naive. A cold voice sounded from the left. Tilting his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw a cold-faced young man in blue robes slowly walk out from a large bronze door on the left. He looked at Zhuowen with a mocking expression. Furnace City's Lu Heng. Seeing the blue-clothed young man slowly walk out from the large bronze door, Zhuowen immediately recognized him. This person was the #1 genius of the super city, Furnace City. His strength was also at the early stage of the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor stage. Moreover, his ranking on the Heaven and Earth tablet was slightly higher than Zhuowen's. Then tell me how to obtain the green darkness origin fruit in the box on the stone platform. Zhuowen wasn't the slightest bit angered by Lu Heng's mocking attitude. Instead, he calmly stared at Lu Heng. He knew that Lu Heng was a genius from a super city after all. He would definitely know more about the situation on the trial mountain than he did. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. In any case, you're going to be eliminated by me in a bit, so I might as well tell you. Lu Heng didn't make a move. Instead, he walked until he was about 50 meters away from Zhuowen and stared at Zhuowen with narrowed eyes. Although he displayed an attitude of disdain towards Zhuowen, Zhuowen was still a genius of the Heaven Stage region. Although he came from a low-level city, he still wouldn't underestimate him. After all, anyone who could reach the Ultimate Emperor stage was no simple person. At this time, he had to be even more cautious and go all out. Looks like you really don't know anything. Humph. To tell you the truth, there are countless passages inside the trial mountain. At the end of each passage is a large bronze door. Opening the bronze door will lead you to a large hall similar to this one, and there will definitely be a corresponding treasure in this hall. Of course, you've seen it as well. The treasures are surrounded by restrictions. Even a 9th wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might not be able to destroy them. So, it's basically impossible for you to destroy them on your own. And there's only one way to open the restrictions, and that is to use your opponent's mark as a key to open the restrictions. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at the Heaven Stage imprint on his right palm. So it turned out that one had to use this kind of imprint to open the restrictions, and it had to be his opponent's imprint. In other words, you mean to say that if I want to obtain the treasures in the restrictions, I have to go all out and defeat my opponent? Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm as he spoke indifferently. You've comprehended quite quickly. So if I want to obtain the treasures here, I have to defeat you and eliminate you, hee. Lu Heng licked his cracked lips and sneered. Oh. You're that confident that you can defeat me? Zhuowen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. With his current strength as a mid-stage Ultimate Emperor stage cultivator, he could easily defeat Lu Heng even without using any trump cards. So Zhuowen didn't take Lu Heng seriously at all. Although your cultivation has also reached the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage, you're only from a low-level city. Your low-level city can't compare to our super cities in terms of armor skills, spiritual treasures, and spiritual herbs. If we're at the same level of cultivation, you'll definitely lose. Lu Heng seemed very confident. Although his cultivation was the same as Zhuowen's at the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage, he was confident that Zhuowen, who came from a low-level city, wouldn't have any good resources to use. He wouldn't have any powerful trump cards, so he wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was even brimming with confidence. At this moment, on the platform at the top of the mountain, the 5 magnates and many city lords were holding their breaths as they looked at the Heaven and Earth monolith. There were many screens of light on the monolith. These light screens flashed with the situation in the various halls of the trial mountain. Figures flashed and extremely intense fights and collisions broke out. Clearly, these light screens were the surveillance numinous treasures that LV Nantian and the others had placed inside the trial mountain. At this moment, the images inside were being transmitted to the Heaven and Earth monolith. Everyone's gaze swept around and suddenly stopped on one of the screens. On that screen were Zhuowen and Lu Hang, who were facing each other from afar. After seeing the two figures clearly, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Their gazes became fervent and expectant. That's Lu Hang from the Super City Furnace City and Zhuowen from Rattan Armor City. I didn't think that the geniuses of the heaven-level region would meet at the beginning of the mountain. Their rankings on the heaven and earth monolith are extremely close. Looks like it'll be a fierce battle. I think that Lu Hang will win. After all, Lu Hang was born in a super city. His background is much deeper than Zhuowen's Rattan Armor City. In the crowd, Guyu Tian and Qiu Chou also noticed the screens of Zhuowen and Lu Hang. When they saw that Zhuowen's opponent was Lu Hang, their brows furrowed. They didn't think that Zhuowen would meet such a strong opponent at the beginning of the mountain. This could be considered extremely unlucky. Ha! Lord Gu, it looks like your Rattan Armor City's luck is really bad. That Zhuowen's talent is indeed not bad, but with the pitiful background of your low-level city, how much battle power can the geniuses nurtured be able to have? Hee hee. A barefoot, dark-skinned man couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the screen. When he looked at Guyu Tian not far away, his eyes were full of mockery. This barefoot man was Lu Teng, the city lord of Furnace City. As the city lord of a super city, Lu Teng didn't hide his disdain and contempt for low-level cities. Although a dark horse from a low-level city had suddenly appeared in the battle for the Vitality Tower, it only moved him a little. In his opinion, this Zhuowen was just a good-for-nothing. Although he was an early second-will Emperor realm cultivator, his true strength was probably very low. After all, how strong could a low-level city's genius be? City Lord Lu, you can't be too sure of your words. Your Lu Hang's cultivation isn't much higher than Zhuowen's. It's still unknown who will win in the end. Guyu Tian ignored the contempt on Lu Teng's face and said indifferently. Oh. It looks like you have a lot of confidence in that Zhuowen. However, blind confidence isn't a good thing. In the end, extreme joy will turn into sorrow. Chapter 470. Devil Ape Strangulation. Guyu Tian's expression was somewhat ugly. Lu Teng's undisguised disdain was like a blade cutting at his self-esteem. However, he did not flare up. After all, compared to a super city, their Rattan Armor City was insignificant. Zhuowen. I believe in your strength. Although Lu Hang is powerful, you are not weak either. Guyu Tian thought to himself as he stared fervently at Zhuowen's figure on the light screen. He really hoped that Zhuowen would be able to defeat Lu Hang and let Lu Teng know that even though their Rattan Armor City was a low-level city, it was not to be trifled with. To the side, Qiu Chou and Ouyang Yintu frowned slightly. They were also not too interested in Lu Teng's words. However, this matter did not have much to do with their Broken Rock City, so the two of them could not refute him. Zhuowen and Lu Hang faced each other from a distance within the large hall. The two of them did not immediately attack. Instead, they narrowed their eyes as they sized each other up. Zhuowen. My ranking on the Heaven and Earth tablet is higher than yours. This means that your overall strength is weaker than mine. Therefore, I advise you to withdraw on your own. Lu Hang opened his mouth and said. Even though Lu Hang looked down on Zhuowen's birth, Zhuowen was still an ultimate second-will emperor. No matter how weak he was, he could not be too weak. He knew that if Zhuowen went all out, he was confident that he could win, but it would be a little difficult. Moreover, they had only just entered the trial mountain. If they were to go all out and get injured so early, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them in the following battles. Therefore, Lu Hang began to guide Zhuowen patiently. I should be the one saying this. You are not my match at all. Therefore, I advise you to withdraw. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will not go overboard. Boom! Zhuo Wen's gaze was calm like water from the beginning until the end as he took a step forward. An imposing aura that was enormous like a mountain suddenly surged out explosively from his body, and it practically formed an extremely terrifying gale in an area of over 10 m around him that whistled like the edge of a blade. Lu Hang's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he stared blankly at Zhuowen. He said in disbelief, "You have broken through to the mid-second will emperor stage." On the platform at the top of the mountain, many city lords who were watching Zhuowen and Lu Hang on the light screen fell silent when they sensed the powerful aura exploding from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen has broken through to the mid-second will emperor stage. That powerful aura is indeed the mid-second will emperor stage. Isn't this Zhuowen's advancement speed too fast? 2 months ago, he was only at the early stage of the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. How did he manage to break through in such a short time? It looks like Lu Hang is going to suffer a great loss. I'm afraid the outcome of this battle is already clear. Zhuowen has a much higher chance of winning. Discussions and commotion rang out one after another. The platform was bustling with noise and excitement. Even the 5 magnates at the front of the group noticed the commotion behind them and focused their gazes on Zhuowen's light screen. This Zhuowen is indeed not bad. Even I did not expect his advancement speed. Lu Nantian nodded. He was becoming more and more interested in Zhuowen. The other 4 magnates nodded in agreement. Actually, the fact that Zhuowen had been able to make it this far and even break through to the mid-stage of the ultimate emperor realm was already enough for them to be extremely satisfied with this low-level city's genius. All 5 of them actually wanted to recruit Zhuowen into their own sphere of influence. After all, Zhuowen's talent was obvious. In the crowd, the originally confident barefoot Lu Ting's smile slowly froze when he sensed Zhuowen's powerful aura. His eyelids twitched and his expression darkened. City Lord Lu, I've said before that we shouldn't be too confident in everything. Otherwise, we'll really be overjoyed when the time comes. At this moment, Gu Yuetian's face was filled with a gratified and pleased smile. Zhuowen's cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the second will emperor realm, which had greatly exceeded his expectations. He was especially pleased when he saw the stiff expression on Lu Ting's face. Lu Ting snorted coldly and stared coldly at Gu Yutian. He said indifferently, "Is the mid-second will emperor really that amazing? An early second will emperor may be able to defeat a mid-second will emperor." Although Lu Ting was rather surprised that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the mid-second will emperor stage, he had given the city lord's estate's only low-grade earth-tier spirit treasure to Lu Hang for the sake of this battle for the Origin Chi Tower. Moreover, he had even taught Lu Hang a set of royal-tier armor techniques. With these 2 powerful trump cards, Lu Hang might actually be a mid-second will emperor in a real battle. On the other hand, Zhuowen was only a cultivator from a low-level city. He believed that Zhuowen couldn't possibly possess an earth-tier spirit treasure or a set of royal-tier armor techniques. The difference between the 2 was extremely obvious. Even if Zhuowen's cultivation was a level higher than Lu Hang's, Lu Ting was still confident that Zhuowen wouldn't be a match for Lu Hang. Gu Yutian didn't want to argue with the arrogant Lu Ting. Instead, he stared fixedly at the screen of light. In reality, he was also feeling rather uneasy and uncertain. Within the hall, Lu Hang looked at Zhuowen in front of him with uncertainty. He said fearfully, "I really didn't expect you to have broken through. However, if you think you can defeat me just because your cultivation is a level higher than mine, then you really are a little laughable." With that, Lu Hang took a step forward and slapped his Qinkuan bag. He pulled out a black spear. As soon as the spear appeared, it emitted an aura that seemed to distort space itself. An earth-tier spirit treasure? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He could sense that the aura on the black spear wasn't any weaker than Su Liang's black dragon halberd. It should also be a low-grade earth-tier spirit treasure. You're quite knowledgeable, but, whoosh. Before Lu Hang could finish his words, he actually made the first move. His right hand slapped the long spear, and with a stomp of his foot, his entire body turned into a strange arc as he charged directly at Zhuo Wen. His speed was so fast that it almost formed a sharp sound in the air. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be caught off guard by Lu Heng's sudden attack. However, Zhuo Wen's lips curled into a sneer. Clang! He extended his right hand to his back and suddenly pulled it out. A blood light turned into a huge blood spear in his palm. He held the handle of the blood spear with both hands and swung it violently. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Immediately, a ball of dazzling sparks burst out in midair. It was unknown when, but the blood-red spear had already bombarded the tip of the black spear that was sweeping towards him like a poisonous snake. The powerful force almost caused the black spear that was piercing towards Zhuo Wen's chest to deviate from its trajectory and shoot towards the right. On the other side of the spear, Lu Heng's face revealed a surprised expression. Zhuo Wen's reaction was somewhat out of his expectations. Moreover, the spear that Zhuo Wen casually swung out just now had actually caused his hand to go numb. He almost lost his grip on the spear in his hand. Lu Heng took a step in the air and rotated his waist 360 degrees in midair. With the help of the rotation, Lu Heng's right hand tightened, instantly causing the spear that had deviated from its trajectory to sweep towards Zhuo Wen's head. With a cold snort, the corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth were filled with coldness. He extended his left hand, and at the moment when the spear came into contact with him, he flicked his finger. A powerful force erupted and actually sent the black spear flying. Lu Heng, who was in the air, immediately became unstable. With the current strength of Zhuo Wen's body, even an ordinary two-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would probably be no match for him. Therefore, Zhuo Wen didn't take Lu Heng seriously at all. After all, Lu Heng hadn't even used a single move yet. However, Lu Heng's reaction was extremely sharp. He took several steps in the air, causing ripples in the air to spread out like waves. Lu Heng flicked his right hand and the black spear shot towards Zhuo Wen from below. Humph! You're looking to die. The coldness in Zhuo Wen's eyes grew thicker. He flicked his right foot and a powerful force erupted. His right leg slammed into the black spear like a cannonball. Ripples of air spread out, causing Lu Heng to stumble backwards. Lu Heng's expression completely changed this time. Zhuo Wen's strength had truly exceeded his expectations. Even a casual strike like this was enough to make him feel like Mount Tai was crashing down on him. He felt like he would be crushed to a pulp at any moment. Is this Zhuo Wen a freak? Why is he so strong? The spear in his right hand abruptly struck the ground, and Lu Heng barely managed to stabilize his body. His gaze towards Zhuo Wen was filled with fear and dread. Zhuo Wen, who was in front of him, gave him an illusion that he was invincible. Use whatever moves you have, or you won't have any chance later. Zhuo Wen gently stepped forward with the blood-red spear in hand. He stared at Lu Heng indifferently. That's what you said. Lu Heng's face sank and his gaze became somewhat sinister. He swiped the spear in his right hand through the air and a surge of world energy surged into the black spear. In an instant, the black surface of the black spear became like mud and actually began to squirm. Demonic Ape Spear. With a low shout, Lu Heng's eyes suddenly became pitch black. Even Zhuo Wen felt a chill run down his spine when he saw that deep pitch black. At the same time, the black wriggling on the surface of the black spear in Lu Heng's hand finally stopped. Immediately after, it spread out in all directions. Countless pitch-black dots formed a gigantic ape behind Lu Heng. The ape's eyes were exactly the same as Lu Heng's, both of them were eerily pitch-black. Demonic Ape Spear, Demonic Ape Strangle. Lu Heng stomped his foot and countless astral winds rushed up from under his feet. The ground cracked and countless rocks floated up. It was an extremely exaggerated and terrifying sight. Zhuo Wen. With the support of the demonic ape, my strength has far surpassed yours. I'm afraid you're going to lose. Lu Hang's pitch-black eyes were completely unfocused. At this moment, they were strangely staring at Zhuo in front of him. The corners of his mouth revealed a dark and cold smile. Lu Hang's entire body transformed into a strange black shadow and directly rushed towards Zhuo. The demonic ape behind him also patted its chest and roared loudly. It also took large strides and rushed towards Zhuo. Your strength has far surpassed mine. Zhuo shook his head and shook the blood-red spear in his right hand. In an instant, the area several dozen meters around Zhuo became shrouded in mist. The atmosphere became extremely strange at that moment. Chapter 471. Obtain the green darkness primordial fruit. The moment the limitless startling cloud art was unleashed, countless clouds and mist churned. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of clouds and mist, with turbulent waves crashing against the waves. At the same time, Lu Hang brought the gigantic devil ape and suddenly approached Zhuo. With a wave of his right hand, the devil ape's muscular hand instantly smashed towards Zhuo's figure in front of him. Boom! The ground cracked and shattered rocks flew in all directions. Energy overflowed in all directions. The astral winds formed by the palm dispersed the clouds and mist in that area. Lu Hang realized that he had pounced on empty air. Zhuo was not here at all. Are you trying to be a coward? Lu Hang frowned. His pitch-black eyes swept across the surrounding clouds and mist as a mocking smile appeared on his lips. A coward? Lu Hang, you think too highly of yourself. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Soon after, a figure holding a large spear suddenly shot out from behind Lu Hang. Countless clouds and mist gathered, forming a gigantic cloud spear. Demon Moon Secret Manual, Blood Rupture Style. The combination of the Blood Rupture style and the limitless startling cloud art produced an extremely powerful attack. Zhuo had appeared at this moment to give the devil ape a fatal blow. Oh. You want to launch a sneak attack? It won't be that easy. Lu Hang sneered. With a wave of his right hand, the devil ape's gigantic hand directly grabbed at the gigantic cloud spear that was rushing towards him. Rumble. Energy swirled in the air as waves of air overflowed in all directions. Waves of terrifying ripples spread out, causing the surrounding space to show signs of instability. Break for me. Lu Hang was expressionless. His right hand pinched the air as a powerful force poured into the devil ape. Immediately, the devil ape's eyes turned blood red as the veins on its body bulged. Its strength seemed to have soared by several times. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the cloud spear was crushed by the devil ape with a single hand, turning into countless clouds of mist. At the same time, the devil ape was not going to let Zhuo off easily. It stomped its foot forward, and its mountain-like palm smashed towards Zhuo's head. Zhuo did not choose to take the attack head-on. With a kick of his feet, a ball of lightning rose from the bottom of his feet and gathered on his back, transforming into a pair of 3 feet large lightning wings. Zhuo's entire body turned into a lightning shadow, dodging the demonic ape's attack. At the same time, Zhuo took several steps in the air. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was about to close in on Lu Hang, who was below the devil ape. He knew that as long as he defeated Lu Hang, the devil ape would collapse on its own. With Zhuo's current strength, he could easily defeat the devil ape. However, the mountain trial had only just begun. There was no need for him to reveal too much of his strength so early. Lu Hang also sensed Zhuo's intentions. His pitch-black eyes slowly narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Not a bad idea. However, can you get close to me under the attack of the devil ape? Sure enough, when Zhuo was about to get within 3 feet of Lu Hang, the mountain-like devil ape suddenly became irritable. Moreover, its aura was also rapidly increasing. The huge palm that was like a cattail leaf fan flashed in the air. Its speed had almost reached the limit. In the blink of an eye, it had actually appeared in front of Zhuowen, blocking his path like an iron wall. You want to stop me? This speed is not enough. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled slightly. Both of his hands swiftly formed a seal. Immediately, even more vigorous thunderbolts surged out from his body. Immediately, all of them gathered behind his back, and an even larger pair of lightning dragon wings grew on his back. With 2 pairs of lightning wings on his body, Zhuowen's speed had almost surpassed the speed of sound. With a swoosh, he actually bypassed the obstruction of the devil ape's palm in a strange parabola and instantly arrived in front of Lu Hang. Lu Hang. The game is over. With a faint smile, the blood-colored spear in Zhuowen's hand quickly pierced towards Lu Hang. It was like a mournful blood-colored meteor streaking across the air. Lu Hang was also surprised by Zhuowen's speed. He also did not expect Zhuowen's speed to increase by several times in an instant. However, he did not panic. This Zhuowen's strength was not much stronger than his. As long as he could hold on for a while, the devil ape would naturally arrive and finish off this Zhuowen. And I should be the one saying this to you. Lu Hang was fearless. He swung the spear in his right hand horizontally and directly blocked Zhuowen's spear. However, when he felt the tyrannical force coming from his hands, Lu Hang immediately let out a muffled groan and repeatedly retreated over 10 steps. Finally, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This Zhuowen's current strength seemed to be a little stronger than before. Could it be an illusion? However, Lu Hang did not have much time to think. Zhuowen's attacks were like a storm, bombarding him continuously, almost suppressing Lu Hang to the point that he could not resist. A woo! An angry beast roar sounded. Zhuowen only felt a strong wind whistling towards him from behind. It was so loud that it almost hurt his eardrums. He knew that the devil ape had arrived. It seems that if I don't show my true strength, this devil ape will not be easy to deal with. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen did not dodge. Instead, he pinched his waist and turned around to punch out. He actually intended to directly collide with the devil ape's body. At the same time that Zhuowen's fist blasted out, the surface of his skin suddenly turned into a glassy luster, suffused with a lustrous brilliance. This was the effect of using the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique. Looking at Zhuowen's somewhat suicidal behavior, Lu Hang, who was not far away, was a little stunned. Soon after, his face was filled with a sneer. He said, "This Zhuowen is courting death. He actually dares to fight against this devil ape with his body." Boom! In the face of the huge fist that was as tall as a person, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, it directly blasted against the devil ape's fist. Soon after, endless waves of qi swirled in the air, distorting space and overflowing force. The devil ape's strength was truly indescribable. Zhuowen actually felt a wave of numbness coming from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Soon after, he retreated over 10 steps, his eyes narrowing. A woo! A mournful and miserable cry suddenly sounded out. Lu Hang, who was originally waiting to watch a good show, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His gaze blankly stared at the huge devil ape not far away. At this moment, one of the devil ape's huge arms was actually completely twisted and fractured. At the end of its shoulder, even a piece of eerie white bone could be seen. This was caused by the dislocation of the broken bones of the arm under the effect of a huge force that pierced through the body. Looking at the tall and straight figure of Zhuowen, who was completely unscathed, Lu Hang's originally narrowed pupils once again narrowed and finally shrunk to the size of a needle. How could this Zhuowen be so abnormal? He had clearly exchanged blows with the devil ape and was completely unscathed, but the devil ape had ended up in such a miserable state. The devil ape rolled a few times on the ground before finally turning into countless drops of viscous black liquid that flew back to the surface of the spear in Lu Hang's hand. However, the spear's luster was now much dimmer. Thump thump thump. Lu Hang. Do we still need to fight? Crisp footsteps sounded out as Zhuowen slowly walked towards the dazed Lu Hang. He waved the blood-red spear in his right hand as he stared at the latter with an extremely cold gaze. At this moment, Lu Hang's face was pale. He glanced at the extremely dim spear in his hand and recalled the scene of Zhuowen defeating the devil ape with a single punch. His body trembled slightly. He knew that this Zhuowen in front of him was too strong and that he was simply no match for him. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Hang slapped his right palm with his left hand. The heaven rank imprint that was engraved on his right palm was immediately taken out and tossed to Zhuowen. Zhuowen. You win. I really didn't expect you to be so secretive. If I'm not wrong, your true strength isn't weaker than an ordinary late-stage second-will Emperor realm expert. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Lu Hang also knew that Zhuowen's strength far exceeded his imagination. Thus, he straightforwardly handed over the heaven rank imprint. Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he received the heaven rank imprint. At the same time, his hostility towards Lu Hang decreased by quite a bit. Although Lu Hang had looked down on him at the beginning, he was a straightforward person. Now that he had lost, he didn't hesitate and directly handed over the heaven rank imprint. Thank you for letting me win. Zhuowen's tone was somewhat gentle. Zhuowen, you're very strong. However, there are many people stronger than you in the Origin Chi Tower. I hope you can keep moving forward. Lu Hang nodded and directly turned into a pillar of light, disappearing from the hall. Zhuowen knew that Lu Hang had probably been teleported out of the Trial Mountain. After all, once the imprint on one's body was taken away, the Trial Mountain would instinctively reject it. Naturally, it was impossible for one to stay in there for long. At this moment, only Zhuowen was left in the large hall. His gaze shifted slightly, and Zhuowen immediately focused on the stone platform in the center of the hall. Although the primordial azure darkness fruit couldn't increase one's strength, it could increase the sensitivity of the five senses. It was even more precious to cultivators. Let's take out the primordial azure darkness fruit first. At this moment, Zhuowen was somewhat impatient. With a wave of his right hand, he instantly sent out Lu Hang's imprint, which turned into a golden light and entered the restriction barrier outside the stone platform. What surprised Zhuowen was that as soon as Lu Hang's imprint entered the restriction barrier, the barrier immediately disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of the stone platform. Zhuowen gently picked up the brocade box with his right hand. With a click, he opened the brocade box. A rich medicinal aroma assailed his nostrils, causing Zhuowen to reveal an intoxicated expression. It's really worthy of being a top-grade elixir. Just by smelling the medicinal aroma, I feel comfortable all over and full of energy. After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuowen's gaze converged on the brocade box. He saw a green fruit quietly lying in the brocade box. The surface of the fruit was smooth and delicate, and when he touched it, it actually felt like he was touching a woman's hand. Boy! In addition to the effect of increasing the five senses, the primordial azure darkness fruit also has the effect of refreshing the mind and nourishing the chi. You only need to carry this thing with you at all times, and the medicinal aura inside will subtly enter your body, slowly increasing your five senses. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. Obviously, she was quite familiar with the usage of the primordial azure darkness fruit. As a grade 4 arcana master, although Zhuowen didn't receive too much professional knowledge, he had dabbled in some rare treasures. Naturally, Zhuowen knew the usage of the primordial azure darkness fruit. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.